Hello, my name's Bruce Rain from Braggers Creations and welcome to my live stream. And this one, I meant to start this one about 40 minutes ago and then I suddenly realized that I had no chicken food, and at the place that sells the chicken food was only open until 1 o'clock, which is, well, an hour and 20 minutes. So I had to dash out and get chicken food. So these are the things you go through when you own chickens. And I have got the messiest desk here you would not believe. It's one of the reasons why we have this view and not that view. I do plan to tidy this slightly while I'm chatting here and doing my introduction. Hello to Retro Techie, hello to Joe, hello to Jay, and I assume Dana as well, because Dana is visiting Jay at the moment. Hello to Action Retro, hello Sean, hello Sad Mac, thank you very much for joining. So, as I say, this is a little bit of an impromptu one. I had planned to live stream this weekend, but I just wasn't really sure what I was going to do. I've got this sort of conundrum at the moment where I have some people complaining to me at the moment about getting their recaps done, and then other people complaining about the repair jobs that have been sitting here for months. And the balance with priority of these things is extremely difficult for me. You know, you've got this situation where you've got these people say, hey, come on, man, you've had this for months. Can you fix it? I go, yeah, sure. So then I have someone saying, hey, look, this is just a recap. I sent it to you. I've sent it to you like 3 weeks ago. Can I get this done soon? And it's like, well, how am I going to spend the next spare day that I have? Am I going to spend, 3-4 hours working on a single job trying to find a niggly repair on the thing, or am I going to try and get as many recaps out as I can? I can't really please everyone. This is really one of the problems with doing what I do on a part-time basis as opposed to a full-time basis. You just have to kind of set expectations. So I'm going to start off with a couple of just niggly repairs that I've got, and then I'll probably finish up with just a recap. I've got an SE30 power supply, or is it an SE? I don't know. Same thing. A power supply for one of those SE type things. Mystery Margo, hello, thank you for joining. YouTube was late in letting me know. I wouldn't worry too much. I really didn't give a lot of warning for this live stream. I literally sat down and I scheduled it for 10 minutes after, sort of after setting it up. So I'd say it might take a little while for the, for it to get out in the ether, if it gets out at all. Maybe I should send out a little Twitter. One of them things, and that. The only problem is I'm reusing the same thumbnail that I've used now for like 3 live streams, and the reason for that is every time I've set up a stream to use that, a more appropriate thumbnail has come out after doing the live stream. So I started off going to be doing all these old repairs, and I ended up working on the Mac Classic project. So when I finished that, I changed the thumbnail into part 4 of the Mac Classic project. Then the last one I did when I was doing the niggly repairs, I was working on a Macintosh SE30, getting that one working. And that was an SE30 that I'd started on before, calling it the unrepairable SE30. So it was really part 2 to that one. So I went in and changed that one to part 2 of the unrepairable SE30. No one ever said to me it was unrepairable. It was just straight clickbait, 100%. I just knew it was a mess. So I said, they told me this thing couldn't be repaired, and that's just a flat out lie. No one told me that. Charles, hello. Oh, Charlie, I should say. Thank you for joining. Okay, so what I'm just thinking about what I'm going to start with, because I've got a couple of things on the go here, and I think I might start. I'm just thinking. Well, first thing I'm going to do is just test this computer I've got here. I've got this really annoying Macintosh SE repair. I haven't mentioned it before. I did have a look at it very briefly in the last live stream. Now, basically, the problem I have is this: it sort of works, which makes it really, really hard for me to diagnose what the problem is. If you got something that's not got no sound, or if it's not it's not booting, or you're not getting a flashing question mark or something, you've got all these steps that you can take to diagnose it. This one here. Chimes, so switch it on, chimes, goes into the grey screen with the cursor, so we're accessing the ROMs, actually goes to boot an operating system, will boot either from SCSI or from Floppy, gets to the Welcome to Macintosh page, and then just freezes, stops. Now, that is really, really hard to diagnose because, well, it's passed the initial RAM test. No issue with the ROMs. I've tried it with different RAM sticks. I've tried it with a different Baboo chip, which is the big, beautiful unit. And I mean, there's even evidence that I've swapped out the CPU on this, which was me just hoping for something. You know, there's absolutely no proper diagnostic work gone into that one there. So, chicken food problem when fixing on Macs, indeed. Okay, bad FPU. There's no FPU in this one. What are you talking about? Yes, no, sorry. This is an SE, not an SE30. So no FPU in this thing. Now, let me just give you a little bit of background on this board. So this was sent to me. I mentioned it in the last live stream. This one was sent to me by the owner. I never tested it. This is the thing you should never ever do when you're repairing things. Test them. If a customer tells you that something is working, don't rely on them. Now, I'm not saying this person was lying, but things can happen between them sending it to me. It's been in a package. It could be knocked around. It could be bumped, whatever the case may be. So the problem with this is I never tested it before I started working on it. So was it working before I started working on it, or was it not? Is this a problem that existed before I actually started looking at it? And I didn't test it when I started off, which is just stupid of me, especially when a board is sent to me as fully functional. Someone says, hey, this board works. Anyhow, pretty straightforward repair. They came to me, RAM sims, all of the little plastic knobs on the end for holding the RAM sims in place were all snapped off. So I took the RAM slots off and I put in these nice new ones with metal clips on the side. Aren't they pretty? No one can argue. Now, I have then completely and totally lost the RAM. Where's the RAM for these? Where do you reckon I put them? Oh, I put them in my own SE, didn't I? I think I might have. Yeah, I think I put them in my own SE. Where's the SE? Oh, I think it's outside. Okay, I'm going to go get it. Anyhow, so put the RAM in. I've tried this with 1 megabyte of RAM. I've tried it with 2 megabytes of RAM. I've tried it with 4 megabytes of RAM. Same issue in all instances. This is, no, sorry, does it say SE30 somewhere? It's not an SE30, it's an SE. Am I calling it an SE30? I might do that. It's an SE. 4 megabyte of RAM limit, 680,000. CPU, that is it here in this lovely long wide format that you see there. Very different to the later Macintosh Classic, which I probably have one floating around here somewhere, which of course has it in a little PLCC package instead of this long dip package. All right, so I'm gonna go get the SE case, and I'm gonna fire it up, and won't be a sec because it's just here. It's not far away. It's here, and does it have my SE in it? No, it doesn't. So I have to find my SE and all the RAM, which can't be too far away, surely. Surely not. I mean, I won't have taken it inside or anything. It'll be in the shed somewhere. Bird. Toby Q, hello, and TFMG, hello. I have a really big question. Okay, how big? Deciding between 2 soldering irons. Okay, fire away. You tell me. You tell me which soldering irons you're thinking of, and I'll tell you whether I can give you a reasonable answer in a timely fashion. One of them is just the iron and is $49 US. Okay, so we're talking budget. When you say it's just the iron, are you talking about like a... I haven't got anything here to show us an example. You're talking about the ones where you have the iron and then you have the mains power adapter comes out the back and you plug it into mains power. Is that the sort you're thinking about? The one that runs on mains power? As opposed to one that might have a separate transformer unit. The other is a $225 US one and it has a rework station. So the rework station basically means it's got hot air on the other side. So you have a soldering iron on one side, hot air blower on the other side. Now, with most of those all-in-one units, I can't speak for this one because I don't know which one it is, but with most of those all-in-one units, the hot air rework is essentially a heating element and a fan in the handle. So I'm just going to show you my hot air rework here for a second. And you can see it's got this great big tube coming out the back here. And then you've got your heating element up inside here. The air that gets pushed through this, the air actually comes through this pipe and is from a fan inside the base station. Whereas a lot of the cheaper rework stations, they have the heating element in here, but then they have this little circular bit at the back where there's a fan and the air is actually being blown through at the back of the hot air station. That's it with the more budget units. And it has a temperature control. Well, here's what I would say to you straight off the bat. Don't buy a soldering iron that doesn't have temperature control. That would just be, I would just say don't do that at all. And the thing is that you can get budget soldering irons with temperature control for quite cheap. I have one floating around here somewhere, which I use as my backup, one of my many backup soldering irons. I've got a few. Here it is. Now, this one here, I'm pretty sure is listed in the description. If you look in the description, you can find the link to it. And this one is a brand called Shine Now. Not tomorrow. Shine now. Now is the time to shine. And this one just has mains in there. Plug it into the wall. This one works on a variety of voltages. In this particular country, we have 240 volts AC. But whether you're in a country that has like 110 or 120 or 220 or whatever, this one will be fine. Nice little dial here. We can just dial up the temperature up and down. Whole stack of other settings inside here, like we can go to sleep automatically. And then this is the handle here. And the thing I really like about this one here is it has removable T12 tips. These are really good tips. You can either buy budget versions of these or you can buy, because there are lots of knockoffs of these T12 tips, you can just buy a whole batch of them on eBay, or you can buy these from genuine Hacko T12 tips, but they get hot incredibly fast, and as I say, they are interchangeable, and the range of tips available for these irons is breathtaking. There are like hundreds of different tips of different shapes and sizes, so you can find one that suits your needs. So if you are going for just a soldering iron, I would consider this a starting point. Yes, you can go cheaper, but in my opinion, if you're wanting to get into some serious soldering, this is where you should be looking as a starting point. So when it comes to the hot air rework, the combo units, there are some out there. There are some out there where you can get the whole combo unit for like $50 US. And if that's what you're thinking, if you're just thinking along the lines of just hobbying, you know, I don't want to spend too much money, I just want a budget solution, they're a really good starting point. Jay from the House of Moth can probably post in a link of one of those all-in-one units, a soldering iron on one side, hot air station on the other side. That's a good starting point with those, and they're pretty darn cheap, so worth considering. But anyhow, and the expensive one has the big tube with the fan in the base. Well, look, you know, they are better. You know, they are definitely better. They will get hot faster. They will get the heat to where you want faster. The other ones, the ones that don't blow as hard, they'll do the job, but you have to sit there pointing at the board for a lot longer. Whereas the ones with the fan inside the base station tend to get the things off the off the board a lot quicker, and that can help sort of mitigate any damage you might do, because the longer you're there, the more chance you have of potentially doing some damage or heating something you didn't want to heat, or melting something, that sort of thing. So yeah, look, I can't really offer a definite, like, yeah, this is what you should do, because it does vary a lot. And you know, when you spend this money, you've got to think to yourself, am I going to get that money back, whether it be in pleasure, enjoyment, getting work done? You know, I mean, when it comes to, I mean, this bloody microscope here cost a small fortune for me to buy, because I can't buy them here in Australia. I had to buy it from America and then get it shipped over. I mean, just the shipping was hundreds of dollars. But this thing is worth every single cent I spent on it to me. So it's very easy for me to justify the cost of this microscope, but not necessarily easy for someone else to justify that cost. So, yeah. So anyhow, YouTube will eat the links. Shouldn't eat the links for Mr. House of Moth, because he's a mod. And of course, I don't know if I'm talking to Jay or Dana, because they are apparently in the same premises at the moment. And I must ask to the House of Moth, Jay, have you had a look at that plug yet and seen whether you can bend the pins back into shape? I will explain that question later, but I want to know the answer first. Okay. No, okay. Getting my little extension here. This is my extension. This is just a normal ATX extension cable that you can just buy really cheap. And then all I did is just cut the side off it, because it's the same sort of plug pattern as the one on the SE and the SE30 and the Classic and the Classic II. And so, yeah, just create an extension, and then I can get my board like this, and I can connect it up with a little bit of distance. I can connect it up without it being inside, which is very, very handy. Now, who can tell me what this is? Anyone? Anyone? This. Anyone? Okay. Dana went to sleep. What? Today was Xserve Day, success. Tomorrow the Mac Pro. Okay, fair enough. Yes, that is correct. It is a Floppy Emu. Jay, don't even bother answering. You don't know. He doesn't know any of this beige stuff. He's just guessing. No, it's not a Blue Scuzzy. This is a Floppy Emu, or however you want to pronounce it, made by Big Mess of Wires. And this is a floppy drive emulator. Now, these things are not cheap. There's a bit of a cost associated with them, but if you're going to be doing a lot of this vintage stuff, they're very handy. And in this instance, I'm getting this to emulate the old original, whatever it was called, HD20 or whatever, the hard drive that was available for the old Macs, which ran off the floppy port rather than the SCSI port, because obviously the original Mac, 128K and 512K, they don't have a SCSI connector. So if you run a hard drive, the only option is to do it via the floppy drive port. But the Macintosh SE is one of the computers that will still allow you to run a hard drive externally. So anyhow, I am, from the floppy port, I should say, rather than the SCSI. So I'm going to connect this up to power. I'm going to switch it on. Now, why am I even testing this? The reason I'm testing this is because I did actually make a slight change. I noticed when I was working on this that this connector here, well, this, what do you call it? The thing that you put the chip in was cracked, and the side was coming away, and I was just wondering whether it wasn't maybe making proper contact. So I've now glued that and got it closed. So we're just going to try this, see if it makes any difference. I don't expect it to make any difference at all. I think this computer will still demonstrate the same problem as I had before, but I just thought I would check it. Thomas Armstrong, hello, thank you for joining, and Adam McGee, hello, thank you for joining. Socket, that's the word I was looking for, Jay. Thank you very much. Mr. Dictionary left me today. Just trying to spin this around so that I might actually be able to get you guys to have a look at the screen. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, I do have some space issues here. I'm going to do a quick little tidy after this one, because the next thing I need to do, I do need a bit of space for. But all right, so I'm going to switch him on. And not getting any sound because I haven't got the speaker plugged in. But trust me, the sound works. Oh, that doesn't look good. We've got a new problem. I'm not overly concerned about it, only because I know this thing essentially works. Looks like we've got some VRAM issues there. Wow. Now we've got a cursor. Okay, welcome to Macintosh. I've got a little flashing activity light here. We won't worry too much about what's going on at the screen at the moment. That's probably something fairly simple. And then, oops, address error. That's a new problem. Right, this is RAM related. I probably haven't put the RAM in properly because it does use RAM as VRAM on this computer. So my guess is that I have, something's going wrong here. I haven't got these RAM sims in tightly or something like that. Oh, hang on. Did I not have the jumper in the right place? I can't remember. I just took it off without looking at it. Fiddle again. Fiddle. This is why we love working with these old things. We get nothing but joy and satisfaction from them. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, we're still here. Well, that tells me that what I was fiddling around with is definitely a problem. Because the only thing I fiddled around with was the Baboo chip, the big beautiful unit, Bob's Country Bunker. Nothing else has been fiddled with, so I mean, unless there is something a little topsy-turvy with some parts maybe not making proper contact. Let's, I'm going to take out the Baboo chip and put it back in again. So anyhow, the reason why I call it a Baboo chip, it's a BBU chip, which stands for Bob's something. Bob's something. Yeah, so essentially with the VRAM, with these old SEs and I think the Classic and the Plus and all that, they actually use the RAM as VRAM. In particular, the first, I think it's the first 1 megabyte or something like that. So generally when you've got display problems on an SE or a Plus or something like that, it's almost always RAM related. So, yeah, I'm just taking out the Bob's beautiful unit. Okay, and then I'm just going to give myself a little bit of this. I really think it's here, near where I did the gluing. It's just, but I have to say, I mean, as bad as that all looked, it's the first time I've seen something different from this since I had it. So I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. The change is nice. Okay, I've just taken the chip out and put it back in again. We'll see. Whoopsie. By the way, anyone, if you ever buy one of these, a Floppy Emu, buy the case. I didn't. I should actually 3D print one. I didn't have a 3D printer when I got it originally. Oh, it's really crap, isn't it? Bob Bailey unit, there we go. So I'm just going to let this run through. I expect exactly the same thing to happen again. I expect it to start into the system loading and then throw up an address error because it's clearly got problems with communicating with the RAM at the moment. Yeah, I figured you would have 3D printed a case by now. Yeah, you would have, wouldn't you? I forgot to. I just thought about it then. I was like, oh, geez, a case would be good. And welcome to Macintosh, and then bang, address error. Yeah, so all right, we're going to abandon this one again for the main reason that in order for me to work on this now, I've got to clear a whole bunch of stuff off the desk, but I want this stuff on the desk for the next thing I'm going to be working on. So, so this one here, which is called the SE of 1,000 Miseries, he is going over here into the I'll look at him another time pile. The interesting thing is that is different to what I was getting. And as I say, that is a really good thing. I'm feeling very positive now. Okie dokie. Right, next problem we're going to be looking at today is a bit of a fun one, I think. It is a Macintosh Classic II, which, look, say what you will about them. I think they're not a bad little computer. The reason why I like them is, you know, I mean, they're in the little compact shell. They've got a 10 megabyte RAM limit, which sucks, and they're slower than an SE30. But they were cheaper than an SE30, and I don't know if you like a compact Mac. I'll put it this way: I'd rather have a Classic II than a Classic 1. They've got a bit of grunt. Okay. Oops. Oh, what have I done? Oh, geez. No. Sorry, I nearly did something terrible then. Right. All right. So anyhow, what we're going to do, first of all, going to have a look at a Macintosh Classic II that works, all in working order. And we're going to have a look at it, and we're going to run some comparisons. Now, the problem with the Classic II that I have is I'm getting no sound, no audio at all. Now, I have put some headphones into it, and I have switched it on, and I've played some stuff, and you can just hear it through the headphones. Just the slightest sound, but it's really, really quiet, and I can't hear anything out of the speakers. So, what we're going to do is we're going to lose some real-time clock chips. These are real-time clock chips, by the way, out of an SE. Well, I think these work on an SE, and I think they work on an SE30 and a Plus, and probably the same as on a 128K and a 512K. And a standard little dip. And believe it or not, based on what I've heard from Kai, they actually work exactly the same as the real-time clock chips on a Classic, except they're in a different package. These are in a an 8-pin dip, and the other ones are in a little PLCC package. So if you were to make some sort of fancy carrier type thing, you know, something where you could, little adapter where you can plug this in and then change it to the PLCC output, apparently you could use these on a Classic. I must try that one day, just for fun. Ain't got nothing better to do. Right, that's a lie. I've got so much to do. Right, I'm just going to clean some of this mess away. I've got some leftover bits from when I was working on some lights. And I've got this guy here, which I have been meaning to pull apart so that we can trace that, so that we can make replicas of that. Need to do that for Kai. I've promised him I will do that. Right. Okay, so I have got my trusty little oscilloscope here. I'm going to just move this out of the way. This is my thingy. Floppy Emu. I'm just putting it behind me, okay? So if I go asking where my Floppy Emu is later, I've just put it behind me. Okay, let's just have a quick check on the chat. Steve recapped my Classic II and brought it back from the dead. Awesome. Nate, hello, thank you for joining. CPU socket. Oh, okay, he's gonna... Yes, all right. So my apologies, things are moving a little bit slowly today. We've got 26 people watching, and I would say thank you to all you people who are watching. Thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. I don't say that enough. Quick shout out for anyone who wants to see a nice little, what do you call it? What's the word where people do things together? I can't think of it. I swear, I've just forgotten words today. I just need to walk around with a dictionary. Collaboration. If you want to see a nice little collaboration, Canadian Computer Collector channel has a little guest spot from Steve from Mac 84. So that was a little bit of fun. Watch that today. All right, I'm making some room here. Not a whole lot of room, but hopefully enough for me to do some stuff. So that's out of the way. That's out of the way. Going to need this. Let's change to the top view and see what it looks like. There we go. Look at that. Absolutely spotlessly clean. There's a scalpel. Try not to hurt myself. Now, I'm going to need to get this thing here, which is a Mac Classic. And I'm going to put him over here, as far away as I can, so that I've still got some room. And then I'm going to grab this here. This is a Macintosh Classic II board. I should probably move these little guys up here for today. There we go. I'm up here. Hello. Okay, so this is the Macintosh Classic II board. This is a really interesting thing about this board is this connector here. It looks very similar to the connector for the RAM expansion for the original Mac Classic, but it's not the same. It doesn't fit. It's shorter. It's not the same size. This was for a cache card, I think. ROM FPU expansion slot. Something like that. Apple never made anything for it. They got this board, they put us this slot on it, and they never made anything for that slot. All right, I better put some text up on the screen here, hadn't I? Gonna add some text. I'm going to say, where's my keyboard? Just for the folks. Okay, we'll go Classic 2 with no sound. Add. And we'll shrink it down a little bit. And we'll put it over here. And then we'll put it up here so that it appears in all, what do you call those things? All views. Classic 2 with no sound. There we go. Oh, isn't that lovely? Okay. I floated away. Yes, I did. I floated away. I floated off into the corner. Right, so we got that there. So, Classic 2. There are two different revisions of the Classic 2 board. There is one version that has 4 ROM chips running this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's a version, this one here, with 2 ROM chips running this way. Now this is the newer revision of the board, but it is probably my least favorite because it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 capacitors that need replacing. Now, I've already replaced them on this, but yeah, when someone sends me a Classic 2 board like this and they go, 17, anyhow. This is the Classic 2. I've got, I think they're just ones. So I think this one has, what, 2 on board and an extra 2 or something like that. We'll see when we open it up. Anyhow. So I'm going to connect up some SCSI. Get some SCSI. There we go. So we can boot up off my little thing. A-card thingy. This is not a SCSI to SD, this, by the way. Inside my SE, you can just see this little blue thing in here. It's not a blue SCSI either. It's, I'm not even sure what it's called, but it is a compact flash card to SCSI adapter. So it's not an SD one. It actually uses a compact flash card. And there. So I want to recap one of those two, but need a guide to help me. Oh, look at that. He's doing advertising there. I've heard of a website. Yes, thank you very much for mentioning that, Jay. So there's this website out there called recapamac.com.au. And on that, you'll find all sorts of useful information and high-res pictures and recapping guides for a lot of these boards. And in particular with this one here, it'll tell you which caps go in each of those places. So, yeah, recapamac.com.au. How do you like the compact flash to SCSI adapters? Well, I mean, the main problem with them is A, they're very rare, and B, they're very expensive. I think that's one of the main things. They use that A chip thingy on them. And I got lucky with this one. I did some work for someone. I think someone gave it to me as part payment for the work that I did for them. And so, you know, it's like, okay, I'll have it inside the SE. So, I mean, yeah, it does the job. I've never done any speed tests on it. I probably should do some benchmarks on it, seeing as I've benchmarked everything else on this earth. I've lost my extender. I mean, you saw me. I had it. Oh, I dropped it on the floor. All right, there we go. Now, this will actually send the sound to this here via this cable here. This little one here in the corner, pin 7, is audio out. And we're going to switch on our oscilloscope. So we're going to need this today. Let's see if we can get that a little bit closer so you can actually see what I'm scoping. Right, now, just a quick reminder, because I have talked so much that you are likely to have forgotten that I said this right at the beginning. This board here is good. It works. It's fine. It's everything is fine. How are you? Okay, there's a nice little chime there. That's all lovely. So, I realised one of the things I'm planning to do here, I could end up getting some copyright strikes. I need to get this to make some sound. And I'm going to play some music that might actually belong to someone. I hope it doesn't. I'll turn it down. I'll make it reasonably quiet. Oopsie. 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 It'll be interesting. I mean, it's a, anyway, MIDI sound. A Compact Flash to IDE is cheap because Compact Flash is already an IDE device. That's exactly right. That's a very, very good point. Why aren't you booting? I know why you're not burning. It's because everything goes wrong whenever I do the live stream. Just blinking. I did a lot of naughty restarts on this last night, so it might... I could have ended up corrupting it. This is one of the questions that constantly gets asked on a lot of the forums about, these adapters, the Compact Flash adapters and stuff like that. People are like, oh, why are the SCSI ones so expensive? How come they're not cheap like the Compact Flash to IDE? And yeah, I mean, it is, as you say, with Compact Flash to IDE, it's almost just like a straight through thing. Compact Flash cards are basically just like a little tiny IDE drive. Ah. Bloody Nora. All right, okay. All right, what are we going to do? Nothing's ever simple, is it? Nothing is ever simple. Yep, if it can go wrong in a live stream, it will. We'll get there, but it's just a question of when. SCSI to SD. SCSI to SD utility. Let's see if I can find it. That looks like it. Yep, USB. Open from the internet. Ooh. Okay, plug that guy in. Searching for SCSI device. Is my cable not plugged in? Oh, it's plugged in. Oh yeah, there it is. Firmware version 4.84. Come on. Right. File. Load from device. I just need to find out why this is getting upset with the SCSI situation here. Still can't decide which soldering iron. Yeah, I can't really help you there. I can tell you what I would do, but it's not necessarily going to be the right thing for you to do. Just a quick comment here. I just want to make mention to who was it who said that? Neil, who said, I needed to use pics on your website to figure out which direction the daughter card in the 2SI power supply went because I forgot when I was recapping it. That is exactly why I took these photos, because I was in the same boat and I can't even remember what I was doing. But I was doing something and I'm just searching for logic boards and searching for high-res photos of logic boards. And there were just these crap low-res images. And I was just like, this has got to change. We need high-res images. We need a good resource for high-res images. One's high-res enough that you can actually read the numbers on the chips. And so I said, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I did. Right, so that's system 7.1. I'm just going to switch off system. I'm just going to have it so that we just got system 7.1, save to device. And then I might try a little bit of a shift option command delete on that thing. I'm really annoyed. I was just switching this thing off and on and off and on a zillion times last night, and I think the last time I didn't shut it down properly. I think I just switched it off because I was in a rush. You're not meant to do that. And I think I might have corrupted the system on this compact flash card. That's how we do things here at Brankus. Okay, let's switch him on. I'm holding down Shift Option Command Delete in the hope that it will boot from my external SCSI. Okay, we're booting. We are booting. Oh boy, we're booting. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just do a quick Norton's on the internal drive so that we don't need to run the external, the SCSI external. Just make life a little bit easier. If you gutted the 5.1, what would you do with it? Hey, Data, hello. So how does this work? Oh, okay, so you're on your own device, you're on a phone or an iPad or something like that, and you're about to fall asleep. Yes, I should keep an image. Okay, it's just booting up now. I know you can't see it, and I'm sorry about that. There's a limit to how many things I can show you at any given time. Right, so it hasn't mounted the drive, but that could well just be because of the formatting software. Let's just have a look at the old SCSI probe. SCSI probe. It's finding it. It's referring to vendor is ATA. Mount. It mounted it. That's good. It's got 2 partitions on there. So what we are going to do now is just run, oh God, everything's opening up. I'm just going to run a quick little Norton Utilities on here. Back in the day, if you owned a Mac and you didn't own Norton Utilities, you were crazy. Okay, launching a little bit of Norton Utilities here. And Norton Disk Doctor. This hopefully won't take too long. The worst is when you run it and it finds a problem in a whole bunch of files and it just comes up and says, here's a problem found in this one. Do you wish to fix? Yes. And then it goes to the next one. There's a problem in this file. Do you wish to fix? Yes. Do you wish to fix? Yes. Do you wish to fix? Yes. 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 In later versions, I'm pretty sure in later versions, there was an option to do a little checkbox to say, apply your decision to all the other ones from now on. But not in the early versions. Okay. I never really worry about checking for bad blocks when I'm doing these ones with SD cards or compact flash cards. Bad blocks generally aren't the issue with these, so when it goes for a bad block check, I just skip it. The clock on this Macintosh is set to an invalid date. See if I care. No battery. I have actually put a, as you can see, a CR2032 adapter on this one to just make it a little bit easier. Instead of having to use the half AA's. I've stopped doing that. I used to do that with all the boards that I had. I stopped doing it only because I think it looks ugly. So, all right, it's running a Norton check. Let's just check on the chat here. We can check and see. Connect this to ground. Oops. Connect this to ground. I'll do this and I go. See what sort of waveform I'm creating. Ooh, look at my waveform. Ooh. What a fancy waveform. That's a Bruce waveform, that is. Ooh. Okay, so it's just doing the last one now, analysing files. It hasn't actually found any problems so far, so who knows. Spam email saying I signed up for Norton and call if I want to cancel. Yeah, I think he died recently, didn't he? Didn't actually Peter Norton die? I think. Half AA's are still pretty easy to find. Yes, it's very true. I mean, you can buy half AA's. I mean, I think even at like places like DigiKey and stuff, I think sell them. But yeah, I just generally buy them. There's a place here in Australia that sells all different types of batteries, and they have discounts for bulk. So I just buy them in like bags of 20 because I go through them. I tell you, because most of the time when people send me a board to repair, they either send it with no battery in it or with the battery that's flat as a tack. And I usually then just say to them, do you want me to chuck in a battery for X dollars? And they say yes. So I just put in a battery and send it back to them. I sell them for about the same price as you can buy them for retail here. So obviously I'm buying them a little bit cheaper in bulk on eBay. And then I just sell them for the same price you would pay if you were to walk into a store and buy one here. So, John McAfee died. Ah, okay. Fair enough. It's checking all the files here. I'm not even sure if I need to do that. I mean, it's literally analysing all the files on this disk. I'm not even sure if I should bother. What do you reckon? Should I just cancel it, skip test, see if it starts up now? Do we risk it? I'm just checking up on the chat here. Micro Major Repair, thank you very much for joining. So, just a little recap for anyone that has joined recently. The reason why we're actually sitting here staring at a flat line on my oscilloscope and a board and very little happening. The whole purpose of this is to diagnose a problem I have with the Macintosh Classic II. I've got a Macintosh Classic II with no sound. Now this is a Classic II that works fine. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the oscilloscope and we're going to go poke and prod a few things and have a look at them and see what the output looks like, and then compare them to the non-sound working board and see if we can kind of ascertain what the problem might be with it. So that's the plan. And of course, I welcome all these extra sets of eyes around here because when it comes to doing these sorts of things, there are often times when people say, hey, you know what that could be? And then you go, yeah, no worries, I'll give that a try. It's better to have a removable tip with heater. Are you saying a removable tip that actually, see, this is a T12 tip where the heater is inside the tip. This is the heating element. The tip is the heating element. And in my opinion, that is better. The way the other ones work is they have the heating element in the handle, and then that heat needs to be transferred to the metal tip inside the handle. I'm talking about soldering irons here, by the way. Now, the reason why this way works better is it's more efficient transfer of heat because the tip is the element. The heat is going directly where you want it. Whereas if the heating element is in the handle, you know, that's getting hot and then it's having to transfer that heat across onto the tip. So these are definitely a more efficient way. You're going to get, you know, much more efficient heat with these. The other advantage is, of course, that if you have a soldering iron where the heating element goes, you know, you're looking at the cost of having to replace that heating element. Whereas with these soldering stations, because the heating element is this, if this tip goes, you just replace the tip. And I go through tips like nobody's business. Yeah, so anyhow, again, this is my opinion, but there are, with all these things, there are costs involved, and you just have to ask yourself whether that is a cost, whether, you know, that's a cost that you are prepared to spend for what you want to do. I like the T12, T15 style. Yep, couldn't agree more. Oh dear, oh, I just have a sore shoulder at the moment. Nutty. All right, it's halfway through checking all the files. I'm bored. I'm bored. Skip test. Scan complete. Didn't really find anything wrong. So let's, what we're going to do now, I'm just going to, no problems found, yeah. I mean, unless I damage the system, in which case I should have had to have let that finish, but we'll just see what happens. How much RAM have I got in this? Let's just have a look. About this Macintosh. So we're running system 7.1 and we've got 4 megs of RAM. So yeah, 2 on board, another 2 in here. So let's now, God, it's bloody windy. Windy as it, bro. Control panels, startup disk. And let's see if we can get it to start up from that. All right, let's give it another crack and see what happens. Special restart. Hey, it's booting. Yay! All right. So there we go. There was 10 minutes lost. Ay caramba. 35 folks watching. Hello. If you haven't said hello, please jump on and say hello. Hello to Cade. Oh, Voltaren. Okay, yeah, all right. I should maybe try a bit of Voltaren on my shoulder. I've actually had some of that, what do you call that stuff? Ibuprofen. Anti-inflammatory. All right, now, let's have a look here. I'm going to fire up an application which people may or may not know of, called, if I can find it, where have I put it? I mean, where have I put it? Have I put it here? No. Oh, hang on, maybe I'll put it in here. Yeah. I am going to launch an application referred to as, or known as, Super Studio Session. Anyone here? Anyone heard of Super Studio Session? There was Studio Session initially, and then they had Super Studio Session, which made it a little bit better. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some music, a song called Chuck Roast, and repeat play and play them. Now, let's hope I don't get a copyright strike for this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to just put this, I've got to turn that down, that is so loud. I can't turn it down. Oh, crap, anyhow, well, okay, for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this onto pin 7, which is the audio out, and we are going to have a look and see what the waveform looks like. Okay, so there's some music. That's a nice healthy looking waveform for sound. And there it is. I might choose a quieter song. What do you reckon? Anyhow, yeah, that's just going to get way, way too annoying. So excuse me a minute. No, and no. Let's try and find something a little bit quieter, and then we might actually turn the volume down as well. Is that volume? Yeah, that's volume. Okay, that's better. Oh, that's so much nicer. That would have just driven me bonkers. Okay, so add song, repeat play, play 'em. There we go. Ah, this is much more pleasant. Right, so once again, we're looking at our audio waveform. It's a little bit quieter this time because I've turned the volume down, but that's what it looks like. Which way am I going? Is this one? No, not that one. Ah, I got it. Auto setup. Oh. There we go. All right, so we've got sound. That's what sound looks like. Oh, hello, Justin. Thanks for joining. So that's all good. Now, I've got a schematic for this, and I'm going to open that up, and we are going to trace things back, and we're going to look at things as we go and just see if we can figure out what's going on. This song's just going to keep going over and over again till we hate it. Till we hate it. Okay. Right. So, what I can tell you is it goes to pin 7, and we've got sound coming out of pin 7. That comes out of pin 5 of U1. And this is U1 right here. And so we are going to do the same thing here. We're going to look at pin 5. I'm going to see what that waveform looks like. So there is pin 5 right there. Hey. There we go. There's our sound bouncing out of pin 5. So that's good. So we can trace it back to there and say pin 5 is looking good. Then it goes into this U11, which I'm not watching, LM3080. Who wants to do a quick little search and tell me, no, not LM380, MC34119. There we go, there's a component for you. Anyone want to find out what that is? MC34119. Now it goes into this component at pin 4 by the looks of it. So let's see what the signal going into it is like. This one looks a little different, but low power audio amplifier integrated circuit intent. Okay, so for telephone applications. Okay, look, I thought it was an amplifier, but I didn't want to be the one that said it and made a fool out of himself. So yes, I thank you for confirming what I thought it was. I do appreciate that. Now that then comes out of pin 10 of the sound chip. This is the sound chip here. It's a little square guy, PLCC chip. Now that's pin 11 is the last. Oh, I need my spectacles. No way I can see that with the nude eye. Okay, so that's pin 11. That's pin 10. Press the auto setup button, see what we're getting out of the sound chip. Right. We're getting some funky sound waves coming out of pin 10. So that there is we're tracing it back to the sound chip and we've got sound coming out of the sound chip. All right. So we've followed this, you know, sort of through, so it's coming out of the sound chip into the amplifier and then from the amplifier to the line out and we've got sound, okay? It's getting a few things done to it. It's running through a few resistors and capacitors along the way, but ultimately we can see that the sound's coming out there. So this is the working one. Now we are going to look at the cruddy one. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the stream and thank you for joining. We're looking at a Macintosh Classic II here with no sound. Now, admittedly, if you're just joining the stream, you'd say, what are you talking about? I can hear sound coming from that computer. You're full of it, Rain. Well, I may be full of it, but we are actually looking at the good board at this stage. That's why you can hear it. So now we're going to transfer across to the bad board. One of the reasons why it just crashed. It just crashed. Cruddy thing just crashed. Okay. One of the reasons why I'm so keen to get this done is because this is for one particular customer who has 8, 9, 10 boards with me, something like that. Every single one is fixed except for this one. So I'm just desperate to get it done so I can just ship all this stuff to her. Right, let's pop him out of the way and let's get our problem one. Here is our problem board. Already been recapped, already been ultrasonically cleaned. So we can rule those things out. Right. 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 Let's switch him on. No observable chime, so we're getting no sound. Ba-ba-ba. This one's a Classic II as well. This one's a Classic II. Right, thankfully it is starting, so we're all good. So it boots, loads the system, everything's all good there. It just doesn't get any sound coming out of it. We need to try and find out why. For anyone playing at home, I am using the Beaumark Classic II schematic diagram. I am on page 8 by the look. Yes, I'm on the last page, which is the section on audio signal, processing. So if anyone wants to play it along at home, I do have a little bit of trouble getting things from my computer up onto this live stream. It does have the option to do it, but it's like this. It's like if I go in and do it, it shows the whole thing, you know, and that's a bit of a pain. But anyhow, this is what we look at. This is the sound chip, which is the long thing there that says DFAC U4 344. Is it a 5 or an S? 1033-A. And you can see down the right hand side of that, there's pin 10 running down, straight down and into a thing called U1, which is shaped like a triangle. Then it comes out the end of that, and that's where our signal comes out at the end of that. You've got a little flicky switchy inside J1, which is the headphone jack, and that is basically designed so that if you put headphones in, the sound comes out the headphones. If you unplug the headphones, it comes out the speaker. So that's what that little flicky switchy is. So, yeah. Funny RAM. What's funny about the RAM? Okay, so let's just go back to whatever I was doing before. Zoom to app window. Oh, that's cool. Okay. What if I press minus? Does that do it? Minus? Oh no, that's a zoom thing. How do I unshare? Oh, current application. That's cool. Oh wow. Okay, there is some good stuff here. Current application. All right. Okay. All right. Now I just need to figure out how to make this go away. Hey, I'm back. Thank you. Right. So computer's on. We're going to fire up the old Super Studio session. Weird thing. My printer does better prints when going faster than when going slower. That's not how they're meant to work. Does adjusting the switch affect anything? Which switch would I be adjusting, just out of curiosity? Oh, you're talking about like the switches between the headphones and the, yeah. Well, one thing I may end up doing is actually just removing the headphone jack altogether. But yeah, ultimately we are meant to, I'm not getting sound through that headphone or the non-headphone, so that's, I guess, a fairly important thing. So start jukebox. Let's get this slightly quieter song called Brazil Perk. No, that's not what I want. Add song. Repeat play. And play 'em. Right, we are now playing music. Luscious music that you were listening to before. We now cannot hear because this has no sound. It all stands to reason. Everything's coming together. So, once again, let's get the old oscilloscope, and we're going to stick that on pin 7, which is the signal coming out. We already know that's not working because, well, there's obviously going to be nothing coming out. Okay, now you can see we've got this just noisy crud. It doesn't have that lovely kind of bouncy sort of change that you get when you're listening to audio music. It is just like static. We're looking at just like static here. Okay, so don't like that. So that's pin 7. Now let's trace this back. We were looking at the schematic, and we know that it goes through and comes out at pin 5 of the little audio amplifier. Let's put the little glasses on. Oops. Am I on pin 5? Can't tell. I think I'm on pin 5. Pin 5. We've got sort of more of this, I don't know, it's sort of, yeah, it's just kind of staticky. It certainly doesn't look like lovely bouncy music, does it? It's not nice. It's not nice at all. Okay, let's look at the signal going into the amplifier. Pin 4. Once again, it just sort of looks like noisy and staticky. We're not looking at anything that really looks like music or sound. So that's going into the amplifier. Now let's go to what's coming out of the sound chip, which again, it's pin 10, which is that one there. And let's do this. Ooh, look at that. That looks kind of musicy, doesn't it? That looks like... What's the difference between a rework station and a heat plate? A heat plate is essentially like a... imagine just like a frying pan. It's just like a flat frying pan, and you put your boards on it and it gets incredibly hot. And so it's typically used, you know, probably for things like BGA or ball grid array rework type stuff, where you put the board on there, you position the chip in place, and then you just turn up the heat, and then it melts the solder and the thing just settles into position. Or it can also be for removal of components. You put it on there, the whole board gets hot, then you just lift things off. So that's one of the things, yeah, that's the heat plate. But seriously, a heat plate is something that you would get further into more advanced soldering. I would think that the hot air rework, the hot air station is a more wider purpose practical thing to use, and then the heat plate is probably something that you would look at. I'm actually just investigating a heat plate, getting a heat plate at the moment. So, have you tested the 3.5mm jack output? As in put headphones in? Yes, I have, and you can just barely hear it, just barely. Right, so, all right, so what we've been able to establish here is we have got a music signal coming out of the sound chip. There is sound coming out of the sound chip. So the sound chip is not at fault here. We've got problems elsewhere. So we're going from here, we go to pin, we're going, where are we? Going from pin 10, and then we go through capacitor 9, and that is here. Whoopsie. Okay, so once again, capacitor 9, that's one side of capacitor 9. It looks musicy. And let's go to the other side of capacitor 9. And that's looking musicy. So it's obviously changing and everything because as it's going through the capacitor, but ultimately we've still got an audio signal. So we can say that we're going through capacitor 9 quite happily. Then we go through R29, and then we end up at pin 4. So, and that was pin 4 of U1, wasn't it? Let's have a look at that again. Okay, so by the time we get to pin 4, it stops looking like music. So it sort of tells us the problem has to be somewhere in between there, or something is pulling it down, or we've got a short, or something like that, or something's not grounded properly, or, you know, whatever. So, let's look into a few things here. Thinking. So R29 is a 27K resistor. It's on the other side of the board. And if you're wondering why I'm not immediately testing that, it's because I already have. Oh yes, I've been at this for a while. Okay, let's have a look. I'm just going to shut this down for a sec because I need to do some testing now where I don't want power running through it. Good night. Right now, right, so one way I can obviously test to see whether this resistor is doing its job is I can test between these two locations, which is between capacitor C9 and between pin 4, and I should be reading 27 kilo ohms. So I've got my little multimeter here, and we're going from, I believe it's there to there. Oh, shuzbutt. Why am I getting minus? probably from the capacitor doing that. We go to, so I'm just going to unplug this and go on the other side. So what was it? Was resistor 29. Resistor 29, which is 29, 27. I'm at the wrong side, aren't I? 29. 29. 29, right there. We are getting 27 kilo ohms, which is exactly what we should be getting, 27 kilo ohms. So that's fine. So, and then he should then go to pin 4. Let me just check that. That's perfect. That's perfect. So, yep. Okay. So going from one side of R29 to pin 4, we are getting 27 kilo ohms. So that's working. So then, what if I go from one side of C9? Let's just check this out. Wow. Okay, that's good. So we're going from pin 10 to the negative side of the capacitor. That's all good. And then we go from the positive side of the capacitor to here. What is going on here, my folks? That does not make sense to me. This does not make sense. I think it's time to get it under the microscope so we can figure out what's going on here. Open to suggestions. Elemento, thank you for joining me. Just a quick little recap for those that are joining. Oh, and Steve has made it. Hello, Steve. Thank you for joining. This is obviously when all the fashionable people arrive. How do you like that, Steve? I just called you fashionable. Okie dokie. So anyhow, as a recapping, for my apologies to those who have been with me from the start. I apologise that I've been going through this, but I have been seeing people popping in a little bit later, and given the fact that I did this live stream with very little warning, I don't blame anyone for joining late. Okay, so anyhow, look. This is a Macintosh Classic II with no sound. Now, we have established that we are getting sound coming out of the sound chip, but then we're not getting a good signal. We're not getting a good signal going into the amplifier. And so we've got a breakdown somewhere along there. And I want to just check a few things here. So let's just go here and whoopsie. All right, so what I'm going to do here, all right, so let's just go in and where are we? I've just got to change my views here. Microscope view. There we go. So we have the microscope. Sorry about the mess. So this is capacitor C9. Now what I've been able to establish is that we've got a nice good, this is meant to go from pin 10 of the sound chip, and this is meant to go into here of C9, and I can establish that we are showing that we're getting continuity. So if I went to the beepy beep, we're getting a beep, getting a nice beep there between there and there. So that's all fine. Now on this side, he's meant to go through a resistor, 27k resistor, and then to pin 4 here. Oh, hang on, pin 4 here. Let's hope I'm looking at the right chip. So I am just going to go there to, which side? This side. That's the side, wasn't it? It was the right side, it was the positive side. And I got sort of weird stuff going on there. So that tells me there is an issue. There is an issue here somewhere that I need to try and find. Probably some sort of short somewhere. What do you want to see? Sorry, Benjamin? I'm quite happy to hand this over to other people to solve. Don't get me wrong. So, if you just want me to, show certain things, I will show them. Trust me, because I know there are people out there way smarter than I am. So, just going to clean this up a little bit here. Jeff Bernard, hello. Metcal 300 just for the tweezers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Elemento, that you sort of were telling me the other day about that Metcal, and I got to tell you, it sounds bloody awesome. I love the idea that the element just gets hot in a matter of seconds. Right, so just going to have a quick look here. I want to do a couple of quick little tests on things. Go on to the beepity beep. I want to make sure that I'm getting proper grounds on this little amplifier. So we should be ground, so pin 3, this one here, should be going to C8. Whoopsie. And it is, and that should be going to ground, which it is. Pin 7, which is this guy here. He should be going to ground, and he is. Pin 1 should be going to ground, which is that guy there. And he is. Let's get rid of some of these saltables, eh? Don't like saltables. Saltables can give you a world of hurt. I hope they're meant to be touching, and that's not a saltable. Sorry, I just got distracted by these soldables. Okay, so we're just sort of a little quick recap here. So when we're running with the oscilloscope, we're getting a signal, we're getting a nice clean audio signal coming out of the sound chip there at pin 10. We get a nice clean signal going into this cap 9, and out of this cap 9. However, we're not getting an audio signal by the time we get to here, pin 4, which is the input for the amplifier. By the time we get here, the signal is looking yucky. So, looking at the schematic, it runs through C9, and then through a resistor, and then into pin 4. Now, let's have a look at this schematic again. We'll zoom into this. It's going to be really boring for people who don't like looking at schematics, but anyhow, let's have a look. So, because as I say, I'm basically just handing this over to someone else to look at it and say, yeah, here's your problem, here's what you're going to do. I just want to be rid of this thing, so I'll just rely on others. Okay, so oops, look at that, I can zoom with my mousey. Oh, isn't that excellent? Oh, I like it. Right, okay, so this is the guy here. So what we're saying is, this little line here coming out of the sound chip, we've got a good signal. Going into C9, good signal. Coming out of C9, good signal. Now, R29 is on the other side of the board. That one there, R29, it tests fine. It is 27K, we can set it. So when I test between here and here, I've got 27K, right? So I know that is good. By the time we get here to pin 4, that signal is a mess. So I have measured that resistor, it is 27K. I definitely know that resistor is 27K there. So one thing I haven't done is I haven't stuck the scope on the other side of that resistor just to see what it looks like. But yeah, in comparison to when we checked it on a good board, looking at pin 4 on this, the signal we're getting is not good. Put a bodge between C9 and the resistor to test. So we're going from, let me just check this, we'll look at it on the other side. That's that pin there. I hate doing stuff on the other side of the board, especially since I can't see properly. This is the really tedious stuff. Oh, far out. Let me just get I've got a dead board here where I can actually see through it. Where's the dead board? I had it here. I moved it before when I was tidying up, didn't I? Which means it could be anywhere on this earth. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. So here's the dead board. Here's a yucky board. Here's C9. Is that little hole below? So what am I doing wrong here? What? What? No. Couldn't be that simple. It could not be that simple, could it? I mean, it clearly could be, but hang on. Let me just get rid of this. Sorry, I'm so bad at flicking in between the screen and the camera. I think I do this. Yeah, I do that. All right. So, I mean, this could just be stupidly simple. C9. There to there. C9. There to there. No beep. Could it actually be so simple that it could just be a broken trace from here to here? If it's that simple, if that is the problem, has been the problem all this time, I am going to feel like the biggest tool in the world. Gosh. Gosh. What next? What next? I mean, it's obviously, if that is the case, I mean, it obviously was not evident when I put the new cap on, because my eyes are pretty attuned to broken traces. I generally see broken traces on the board, you know, in my sleep. So if it is really as simple as that, I am going to spend the rest of the afternoon kicking myself. But I'll do that while I'm sitting down. Have you ever tried to kick yourself while standing? It's really easy to trip over. Now, one of the things that I generally do when I am doing these sorts of tests, I grab my schematic, I grab my multimeter, and I go and I check all the pins. Now, I have gone in and checked an awful lot of pins on this, but I clearly did not check this. Or I did and didn't check it properly. Or there was some sort of alien invasion that put me to sleep and made me think that I checked it. Probably the alien invasion. Okay. Bum. Done that. Let's just trim off the excess from the other side. Actually, I might even just put a little blob of solder on this, make it look nice and neat and finished. Yeah, bird invasion, yes. I have got so many eggs at the moment. I mean, there's only a limit to, it's just my wife and I living here, there's a limit to how many eggs we can eat. And we're getting somewhere in the vicinity of, you know, 5 or 6 eggs a day at the moment from our chickens. It's starting to warm up here, so they're starting to lay a lot faster. Well, I've reconnected up that. Let's see what happens, folks. It might be something else. It could be, the sort of diagnosis may have further work to be done, but let's kick it in the guts and see what happens. Oh. Oh, wrong computer. It's not going to work with an SE. Let's try it with a Classic, shall we? Okay. There's a little tip for anyone there who's getting into vintage computer collecting and stuff like that. Even though the plug looks the same, it's not the same for an SE and a Classic. The SE and the SE30 boards are interchangeable with these connectors, and the Classic and the Classic II are interchangeable, but not, you can't cross Classic with SE. Just won't happen. There are religious implications as well. Okay, now, all right, let's see what happens. We're about to switch him on. 3, 2, oh, hang on. I'll plug it into the power. It works better. I swear if sound comes out of this, I'm going to be so annoyed. Okay, we ready? 3, 2, 1. Well, I'm pleased. There's no sound coming out. So it wasn't just that. Does make you wonder though, doesn't it? Okay, so let's have a look here. Ezekiel Blah, hello. I don't think I said hello to you. Oopsie. let's fire up the sound again. We'll go and have a look here and we'll see if anything has changed since I did that. Fire up the old Super Studio session. Just need something that's going to crank out constant sound for us to be able to test with these, that's all. Start jukebox. And the songs. And this one. Add song, repeat, play. Oops. And play. So we're now punching out some music, which you can't hear because the sound doesn't work. I can't hear crap because they're doing stuff next door, noisy stuff. It is the weekend, can't really blame them, but it's just annoying. I think it sounds like a gurney out, like a high pressure water thingy. Right, so once again, let's go in and we will prod our little pin 10 of the sound chip, and we will go. Yeah, look at that beautiful music. You can't see it. Oh dear. There's our music waveform. It's all music-y and waveformy. So then we go into one side of C9, still got music. Other side of C9, still got music. It's a little bit higher, but we've still got music there. And then we go to pin 4 of the amplifier. It's interesting. I'll give it that. I don't know, that actually looks like a signal. Do you reckon that looks like a signal? I mean, that's like all, you know, movie and different and stuff. Interesting. Interesting. And then pin 5, which is the output, that's the amplified output. Now, that looks like music to me. So now I'm starting to think the problem is with the headphone socket at this stage. Because look at that. That's a signal coming out of the amplifier. And if that ain't bloody music, I don't know what is. That just stopped and restarted. So the song keeps restarting. That's an audio signal coming out. That's coming out of the amplifier. That is an audio signal. So now I'm starting to think we've now got a problem with the headphone socket, because the headphone socket has that little switch that switches between sound coming through the headphones or sound coming through the speaker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab my headphones. I'll be right back. Okay. Looks more musicy than before it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Boot it up again. Well, see, I'm playing constant music. I mean, it should be making sound. I mean, oopsie. I'm just going to go to the control panel, the sound control panel, and make sure we're not, I mean, we're seeing the wave there. We're seeing the wave, so sound. Oopsie. Ah, I think it thinks there are headphones in there. So hang on just a sec. I'm going to be, I'll be right back. I am just going to go grab some headphones. Here, I'm going to grab some headphones. I'm going to use my oscilloscope as a mouse mat. And I'm going to go bing. play. Right. We should get sushi, Carol. Okay. Right. A little Australian advertising joke there. This is the sound of sound. So, what we now know is we are definitely getting sound output and we're getting amplified sound. So that's good. So the one thing we are now missing is getting the sound going to pin 7 of this connector. And that is related to the switching. And so probably related to this headphone socket. So I guess the next thing we do is we replace the headphone socket. What do you reckon? So we've got two problems here. We had broken trace coming out of capacitor 9, which, bloody hell. Bloody hell. I should have seen, but I'm sick of, I've done my beating myself up a bit about that. I'm going to move on to the happiness now. Right, so, next step, it looks to me like, well, if we know we're getting the sound out of the headphones, then there's a very good chance that it is that switch that detects, pull the headphones out slowly. It's too late for that. It's too late to apologize. But yeah, I probably should have fiddled around with the socket a little bit more, I mean, I did when I pulled it out kind of, I did it in a way that I was hoping to hear something. I didn't hear anything as I pulled it out, so no pops or anything like that. So, let's get back to doing. Yeah, see, look, it looks like I've already had a go at this. Yeah, I have had a go at this. Look at it. I may have damaged something when I had a go at it. So, comes out of C4. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just do a quick little bodge. So, and we'll do a test with the bodge in place. So we should be going to, excuse me. Realistically, it should just be this. It should just be coming out of C4. So one side of C4, which is somewhere, C4. So we should just be going, excuse me while I kiss the sky. 50 amps and petrol, yeah, that'll do it. Would it be possible to open the headphone jack? Yes, I believe so. So, what we're looking at here is we're coming out of C4. Oh, helps if your multimeter's on. Don't ask me which side it is. That will be that pin there. And what we want is, that should be, yeah, okay. Right, so that is this pin here is the one, that pin there is the one that goes to, am I on microscope view? Yes, I am. So this pin here is the one that goes to the audio out, the main connector. So then the sound going in, I wonder if it's this one. Let's check. I will check. Sorry, I'm going to have to just flip the board for a sec. Sorry. You can stare at the lovely timber finish there. We've got the little bit where I wrote my name. I wrote my name in here somewhere with the laser. Okay, so let's just have a look. Da da da. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Do do do. Just doing a little bit of concentrating here at the moment. Concentrating is so boring. Concentrating is silence. And I normally just talk all the time when I'm doing this stuff, but every now and again when I concentrate, I have to stop talking. My wife would say that's bliss. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, what we should be seeing, let me just check this. Yep. Right. And we're going to test this over here with my working board. If my assumptions are correct, and they may well not be. Oh, they're not. Okay. Yeah, all right. So this is the switch here. So these, we should be getting continuity between these two here when the headphone's not plugged in. On this one, not so much. So obviously, a very, very quick way to test this theory will be to just run a little bodge wire, which I'm going to do now, between those two pins. We're going to do that. Yeah, okay, someone's asking a question about an SE30. I don't have a device on what to do next with an SE30. Send me a CMAC that doesn't change when RAM or ROM is installed or not. I buzzed out all the ROM to CPU lines. Good, that's good. Congratulations, good on doing that. Did you buzz all of the ROM to RAM lines? Or ROM to, they're in the RAM muxes, little demuxery thingies. Try that. That would be another suggestion I would have. So I've got an SE30 board here. So, So, it was certainly the case with this one anyway. Just check your, these are these little mux chips here. And some of those run through to the pins in the ROM. Check those as well. And then, yes, of course, the most important thing when it comes to Siemens CMAC on an SE30 is close inspection of any damage traces. It is I believe, a 6-layer board, so there can be damage down in the vias as well. You could have, connection issues there. That was certainly the case with this one here. But there's the danger areas around here, so around the caps. You've got to just inspect all those traces really closely, because all it takes is one broken trace for you to get Siemens CMAC on these things. So, yeah, that would be the next recommendation I would have. Okay, so what we are going to do now, we are going to grab a little bit of wire, like these, and we are going to just bridge these two together, just for fun. I'm going to do it in a way that it's not too hard to dismantle afterwards. You know the irony? I think I did actually either remove and then stick back or replace this headphone socket. And my guess is the one I took off was probably fine. Laugh or cry, it's all the same. All right. Okay. So we have done a bodge, and I imagine if I was to just leave there, you would be in a situation where you would get sound out of the headphones and out of the speaker at the same time. Wouldn't that be interesting? So this is just going to be a very quick test. I'm not even going to boot up. I just want to see if I hear a chime. Yucky noise. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so I've got that connected. Give some power. Switch him on, see if he blows up. Music to my ears. Okay, so we now know that the only problem we have remaining with this is the switching across from the headphone socket. Now, because I think ahead, I still have the old headphone socket. So let's just grab this and check and see whether this is doing what it's meant to do. Because if these pins are working on this one, I'm just going to change back to the old one. Beep. So we should be getting these two joined together. And they are. So now we move from repairing to fixing up my old mistakes. I'm just going to turn on Mr. And then it's probably not a bad idea to actually look at that connector and see if I can't. Oh, look at that! When I removed it from the old board, I took the via out with it. You can't see that. Oh, you can, only a little bit though. That nicely traced that I dragged off there. Incidentally, I believe these are the same connectors from the Classic and the Classic II, so you can always raid these from one or t'other. Oh, look at this, Elemento. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yay! So we're just one step away from this being proper fixed. At the moment we pretend fixed. We at least know what the problem is, that's the main thing. That's certainly part of the victory. And really, as far as I can tell, the main issue that I had with this was a broken trace coming out of C9. So this is a dead board. It's all destroyed, of course, but essentially the problem I had was a break between here and here. And it was clearly a break that I was unable to see because, you know, as I said, when I'm recapping these things, I check over things that look like the trace is bad. I check over very closely. All I really care about is getting it fixed. That's the main thing. As I've mentioned before, I had this huge and getting bigger pile of computers that have that weren't straight recaps, need some extra help. And yeah, this will be one less in that pile. Should put this here with the top view so you can see what I'm doing. So this is the machine. It's a solder sucker. Problems with these, I generally don't think their vacuum is powerful enough. So they do have a tendency to get blocked a fair bit. And so then I have to use a little unblockery thing like this. Then the other problem is that I should actually wash this. This has got flux on it. When you are desoldering, if you've got flux there that tends to gum it up, so it's not a bad idea to wash any flux away before you use the solder sucker. And, oh, look, the super chat disappeared. Let me just do this. Super chat deserved longer exposure than that. All right, then let's get this in. I generally use my ear. I try not to get it too close because I don't want to burn a hole in my head, but other than the holes that are already there. I just hear whether I can hear the air rushing through, and if it sounds like it's getting clogged, then I'll sort of open it up and clean it, but it still sounds okay. I've been renaming quite a lot of my live streams lately because I end up doing different things than I was originally planning to do. I'm tempted to rename this one, I Feel So Stupid. We'll see. It's a nice clickbaity sort of title, isn't it? I Feel So Stupid. All right. I'm hoping he'll just pop off now. Yeah, and he is. Hey, pop off. Is this thing fixed yet? We're bloody close, I tell you. So this is the guy here. This is this little plug. And what we should be seeing on this is... What we should be seeing is when there is no headphone connected, we should be seeing continuity between these two pins here. And we ain't. No beep. Nothing. No beep. Now, as you can see, these are all little bits and pieces held on with plastic and that, these little clips and stuff. So it is impossible that we might even be able to open these up and have a look, but I don't know. Let's see. What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, it's gone. The thing's gone. The little plastic cover that was on there, I mean, it literally just went for a 6. I mean, it is. I can hear a switch going backwards and forwards. So I'm just going to try it now. I'm going to see, is this now going to give me continuity here? Yeah. Okay, so it's this switch. So this switch is when the headphone goes in, it slides across like that, and when the headphone comes out, it slides back down again, and it is clearly not sliding well enough. And well, it's a good little bit of research. I'm still not going to use this one because I've lost that connector, that cover. Oh, is that it there? No, that's just a piece of something else. It's over there somewhere. It's over there. I may never see it again, I'm just saying. Sorry, just always cautious of heat. So this little guy is obviously a little bit corroded or whatever, and he's just not sliding as well as he should. Just got to check and see if I can take it from sort of not working to completely broken. I'm well on the way. But I would imagine these things probably need to be cleaned up a little bit. Maybe give this spring in here a little bit of a stretch to make it a little bit more springy. But as I say, I need to really pull it apart for that, and I'm just not sure if I'm that invested. But it is nice to know. I've never seen inside one of these before, and I can clearly see what's going on with that. And that is a little switch there, and there we go. As I say, taking it from a little bit broken to very broken. Okay, we're nearly there. please 3D print those covers. I need a few dozen. Okay, no worries. Right. Okay, we're going to solder this little guy on. Oh, do I have any of my little... I've got these awesome little clamps that I 3D printed, and every single one of them is in the house. They'd be really good for this. Never mind. Just want to hold this component in place while I solder. Make sure it's nice and flush on the board. So I've just got a little clamp holding it in there. Get these guys here. Now I'll move the clamp and do the others. Boo, boo, boo. So a quick little shout out to David if you are watching. This is the last board. It's the last board. I'll be able to send everything back to you. Yay! It's got to go to the other side of the island. The island being Australia, and the other side being Western Australia. Okay, we'll pop this away and let's do our final testing and hope that we're going to be victorious. Oopsie, just dropped something. It's probably that little headphone socket, wasn't it? Oh no, it's my chip remover. Whoopsie. Right, I think I can get rid of this now. See you, Nate. Thank you for joining. Do you have a link to those 3D printed clampy things? Did I show them on a live stream, did I? I don't even remember doing that. I guess I did. Not yet. I am just so ridiculously slack with getting my stuff up onto Thingiverse. I've got so many 3D printed things and I don't know whether I should be trying to sell them or just give them away. I don't know. I made these little guys. I think I told you about these. These are the little board stands. These are for when you're working on a board that you want to sort of flip over onto the other side and it lays flat. And so you just put 4 of these on there and then it just sort of lays flat. Oh, I've already got, here's one I prepared earlier. So you got the little board stands on there and then you just put them down nice and flat, secure for working on it. They're a handy thing. I should make those available. I should also mention, if anyone who didn't hear this, I did mention this on, I think on MacYak the other day. I have got the version 1.5B Color Classic board. I think I might have even mentioned it in my stream last week, possibly. So here is, sorry, 1.2B. Here's 1.1A. Here's the board that I built over like 9 hours or whatever, and then did a little of final one. There's the old board. Here's the new board, and this one apparently has all of the faults that I found corrected. And I've gone in and tested with a multimeter, and I do believe they are corrected. So that's, it's really cool. Kai did some awesomely clever stuff here with some of the traces that he felt were a little bit too packed. So what he did is he ran them through to the other side of the board and on a space here, and then ran them on this side and then brought them back down again so they weren't too close to these pins here. So yeah, I'll be building that again. I'm not sure I'll be building that live stream because, well, you've seen how long it takes me to do it when I do it on a live stream. It takes me like, what is it? Yeah, like 9 hours to build it. I reckon I can do that in less time than that. I reckon I could probably have it built, 3 hours if I really put my mind to it. Sorry, one of my oscilloscope probes has fallen down and it's caught on something. And oh God, probes and cables and wires and, ugh. Okay, you can sit up here for now. There you go. Happy you. Thank you, Mr. Oscilloscope, for helping with that problem, even though it was something that I could have diagnosed with a bloody multimeter. But it was fun seeing all those little bzzz, wasn't it? Okay. Love seeing all the bzzz. I know this is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've just been delay tactics, you know. Let's plug in a keyboard. Let's plug in the connector. Let's plug in some SCSI. Let's plug in some power. I just got home from barbecue and found this on my feed. Perfect nightcap. Well, hello to 404 Refrigeration HVAC Services. Thank you for joining. Sorry it's a little bit late over there at the moment. But we've basically just repaired this Macintosh Classic II logic board. So this is one that was recapped. I recapped it a while ago, but it had no sound. And I looked at it a few different times and everything and tried to find some broken traces, and I even tried swapping the sound chip. Now, I should mention when I swapped the sound chip, I didn't do any testing. That was absolute lazy diagnostic. It's that whole situation where you go, oh, it might be the sound chip, let's swap the sound chip. When in actual fact, you have no idea whether it's a sound chip or not. There's no sound, you think, oh, it might be the sound chip. And you kind of do that rather than sitting there poring over a schematic and using a multimeter. It's kind of lazy repair. And I do it all the bloody time, I should mention. I don't want to give anyone grief for doing it. We all do it. Because sometimes it does it. You grab a computer, you're not getting any sound. Oh, okay, no worries, might be the sound chip. Swap the sound chip, away she goes. Yeah, it wasn't that easy. I didn't even need to use my brain. And I definitely do that quite a bit. Now, when I'm working with a Color Classic or an LC520 or a 475 or something like that, they have quite fragile sound chips. It's not uncommon for them to fail. Whereas the sound chips on these ones, the Classic II and the Classic 1 for that matter, they're pretty robust. So when I do end up with sound issues with these, I'm much less likely to blame the sound chip, even though I did swap it just for the sake of it. All right, so let's switch him on. Beautiful loud chime coming out of the speaker. So we definitely consider that a repair. The one thing I do need to check is to see that I still get sound coming out of the headphone socket. And I'm going to test that in just a moment. Too lazy to design my own. Yeah, well, I'll send it to you, Joe. I mean, seriously, I'm quite happy to send you any of the STLs of the stuff that I build because, seriously, I mean, they're all things designed to sort of make life easier for the sort of stuff that we do. All right, so one thing that I still want to do, haven't done, is try and figure out how to make a replacement for the little Rayovac or whatever square batteries in things like the 575 and the later Macs and some of the power computers as well. They used to have a little square, I think it was Rayovac, I could be saying that wrong or remembering it wrong. It was a little square black battery that used to Velcro onto the board and with a little two wires coming out of it. Now I'm looking to try and design a housing that will take a 1.5 volt lithium battery times 3. Obviously we can't use a 2032 because they're 3 volts. So if we want to get 4.5 volts, we need to use 3 1.5 volt, but I want them to be lithium. So I've got to go and have a look around for a suitable 1.5 volt lithium battery replacement and then build some sort of holder. But of course, building the holder is more, you can't just do the whole thing with 3D printing because there's metal involved. We need to have, a metal contact on one side and probably a spring on the other side to keep the batteries pushed down. And I definitely want to design something like that. So that's the next thing I'm going to be working on. But I've still got a few things to kind of figure out in my head grapes first. Okay. I put three AA bats. Yeah. Well, in the one that I've got, I just bought a AAA battery holder. I've got a couple of spare ones around here. One that just holds 3 AAA batteries, and it's flat. You can stick a bit of Velcro on the bottom, and you could stick it down onto the board. There's enough space for it there, and then just run the wires out of that. And you can even stick lithium AAAs in there if you want it to last a really long time. But it's just a bit big and bulky. I'd like something that's a little bit neater. So let's go in and play some tunes. I'm going to grab a song from here. Let's hope none of these songs are copyrighted in such a way that I am going to get strikes and stuff. But I'm hoping they're not going to be. Funk Data. Wonder what this one sounds like. I've got no idea what beat this is, but okay, I think I've got it now. We're rocking it. Grab my headphones. Well, there's definitely no doubt about the fact that we've got sound. Anyone see where I put my headphones? Oops, accidentally stopped it. I've lost my headphones. I mean, I know they're not far because they were here, but I'm gonna have to find them. They're probably under something. Oh, there they are. I see them. They're up high. Ooh. Hearing funk. Okay. Headphones in. Let's rock out again. Using a keyboard as a mouse mat. That's first. Oops. What's going on? Hang on. Wee. Wee, wee, wee. Stop. Stop. And let's rewind. Start jukebox. Actually, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll go up to About Studio Session. Let me just check something here, because I don't think I'm getting any sound out of the headphones. Oh, hang on. Okay, I've got sound coming through the headphones. Now it's not coming out here. It's got to be this bloody switch. Just bear with me a second here. I've got a hunch here. Okay, so we are soundless again. However, under the circumstances, I'm guessing that is another bad headphone jack. It does explain why I've had so much trouble with this computer, doesn't it? Because I'm clearly working with lots of problems. So we know how to test this. It's fairly straightforward. So let me just quit out of this. Let's go back to this. Okay. Ooga dooga. Yeah. It's me bridging the contacts. So it's another lousy headphone jack. It's that switch inside there getting stuck. So it probably makes sense that I should probably put some What do you reckon? What should we put in there? I want to put something in there to loosen it up. Bit of WD-40, what do you reckon? Some of that contact cleaner stuff would be pretty good. I don't know if I have any. Let me just check. Oh, Classic II. We are not there yet. Deoxit, that's the stuff. Which I don't have, by the way. Can you believe I don't have deoxit in my toolkit? It's just crazy. Oh, thank you, Jay, for posting that in there. A little bit of advertising. How are you going there, Jay? You've been fairly quiet lately. Have you? Did you drift off to sleep? Where's the can? Where's the can? It's always the goals to try and keep Jay entertained enough to actually stay for the whole stream. It's not easy, I can tell you. He's very demanding. I have a can of spray cleany stuff. I've got no idea where it's ended up. I don't know where it normally lives, but nothing lives where it normally lives at the moment. Okay, well, I'm going to put this down here. Oh dear, Dana's front I/O board is done for, corroded to hell, haven't checked the main board yet, that has corrosion too. Okay, well, the WD-40, yes, I've seen that contact cleaner stuff. Now I've got some contact cleaner here in an aerosol. But it's invisible. It's a special invisible can. Anyhow, I'm going to have a look at this. I'll try not to lose the cover this time. Do-do-do. In the end, I may end up just putting another... Oh my God, look at that! Look at the corrosion. I'll tell you what I am going to use. Just a little bit of good old-fashioned WD-40, you know? You know the stuff you use on your car? Yeah. That's got some cleaning qualities. Some people will say, no, don't use it. And they'd probably be right. But I'm gonna. Do you know the main ingredient in WD-40 is fish oil? How about that? So it's good for your cholesterol. No, I am not suggesting you eat it. Where are my figure toys? There's a floating around here somewhere. What time is it? God, it's been going for over 2 hours. 2 hours. 5 hours. All right, so let's just put a headphone thingy in there. Well, actually, that's not a headphone thingy, but it'll do. Yeah, okay, well, let's see what happens. Shall we? So, I didn't lose the lid this time, so we can potentially put him back on and see what happens. Do. There we go. Lid's back on. We are now going to... What? Oh, what? Sorry, this thing's not on straight. I mean, this isn't a major thing about it being not on straight. I just don't like the look of it. Because it's me. I'm fussy. Right, that'll do. So I just need a little bit of flux to tidy that up. Just doing a little bit of tidying here. Sorry for the silence. It's my concentration silence. And let's get our multimeter out and check and see whether we have got the correct contact on these things here. I can't read the chat at the moment because I have my thick goggles on. And when I wear my thick goggles, I can't see that far away. Okay. So we will get sound again. It's just a question of whether we will get sound after plugging in some headphones. Water displacement 40th version. That is exactly what WD-40 is. Okay, well I think we're there. I don't think I'm going to need to replace the headphone socket. I mean, I removed so much ugly corrosion that I think we're all right. Oh crud! What was that? Donuts. Oh, jeez. Oh, what a donut. I sold some software to NASA. How about that? Some software that I wrote. So I just saw NASA come up in the chat there. I thought that's an impressive client to have. Okay. Right, gonna need one thing I really don't like about the Classic II is the power supply. I really like how the SE and the SE30 have a self-contained power supply. Oh, excuse me. Right, Can I switch them on? I should change this now. I should say Classic II with sound. Look, I need to change the view, don't I? Oh, wrong keyboard for that. Wrong mouse. There we go. Here we go. Ah, super glue for battle wounds. It makes sense. I know I've had super glue used to mend a wound once. I don't know if it was actually exactly the same as super glue, but when I was working under a desk and I whacked my head on a piece of metal protruding underneath the desk, so I sort of shipped myself off to the hospital, and they just glued the wound shut. It worked really well. Okay, let's try a little bit of music once again. I've mentioned this before in my chat, but there's a very interesting chemical reaction that goes on when you mix super glue with sodium bicarbonate or bicarb of soda, and they produce this incredibly strong kind of plastic thing. Which is, once it's dried, it's strong enough to like file it down into shapes and things like that. So if you're ever in a situation and you're trying to glue two surfaces together, but the surfaces are too small, you glue it with super glue until they hold together, and then you put super glue around the join and you sprinkle bicarb of soda and then a little bit more glue and then more bicarb and then glue and bicarb, and you can end up building this incredibly strong kind of like buttress over the join there. It's just a very handy little trick for people who don't know. I do it all the time with all these brittle plastics. Okay, I'm going to rock it out again with that song we were just listening to. Oh, yeah, we're rocking it. Headphones. Yeah. Isn't this just the most soulless, awful music you've ever heard? Right, well, that's what we call a successful repair. It only took about 18 hours, so isn't that fantastic? So I'm going to build that one at, let's see, let's be nice about it. I don't want to be too greedy. I'm going to build that one at like 80 an hour, so it's 18 hours. It's like, yeah, it's a bargain. It's a bargain. I mean, it's a Classic II. Come on, it's hard to even put a value on a Classic II. Priceless. Everyone's saved. Breakers Creations. Are you in New South Wales? Yes, I am indeed. I can even go as far as to tell you I'm in Sydney, the most populous city in the country. Oh, super chat, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Oh, we've got a little overlap here. Here we go. How glorious the sound. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, I'm literally getting to the point at the moment where if I just get one more repair done, I am over the moon. I've just got so many of these kind of problem repair jobs at the moment. So when I actually get one, it's like, yeah, it's fixed. I'm like, yeah, there's one more down. And as I say, this one's a big one because it's a whole batch of things that I can all send off at once. Included in it, there were like about 3 classics or 3 or 4 classics and a couple more Classic IIs, and there was a portable in there and various other things. But anyhow, Ever had the chance to meet Dave Jones of EE Blog? He's in your neck of the woods. No, I haven't. I wouldn't know where to find him, so I'm not sure. IS still locked down. We're not expected to come out of lockdown until likely end of October, something like that, maybe early November. The government has decided to keep us in lockdown until we reach a certain level of vaccination in this country. And then once we've reached that level of vaccination, they're going to start lowering the restrictions. So we were very, very slow with vaccination in this country. This is not meant to be a political statement. These are just talking about the things going on in this country. So we were not heavily impacted by COVID. We were impacted, obviously, yes, heavily impacted, but we weren't as heavily impacted as other countries when the first wave of COVID came through. And for that reason, we weren't really put up on the priority list for vaccination, because it's like, well, look, there are these countries out here where they're losing thousands of people a day. These people need to get vaccinated ASAP. And so Australia kind of got put on a lower priority for vaccinations because things were very, very under control here in terms of the virus spread. So, but anyhow, the second wave has come along, and it is now the Delta one, which is, and they're finding people that have caught it from someone standing next to them at a shopping centre checkout, when they're doing the contact tracing and stuff like that. So, they've literally passed each other, and they've actually passed it on to someone else. So, so anyhow, we're being kept in lockdown until then. Now, from my perspective, it's not a massive impact. It has a financial impact on me, but it's not the end of the world. But in terms of the work that I do, I work from home anyway. The only thing I really miss is going out to dinner. Yes, I everything that I'm basically saying here, I know that Jay has sort of opinions on this matter, but it is not, what I'm talking about here is not meant to be political at all. I'm merely stating the situation in this country at this time. So, whether you agree with it or disagree, or whether you disagree with the science of this stuff or not, that's not a discussion for this live stream. That's not what we do here. But yes, I'm likely to be in lockdown for quite a lot longer. With regard to the original question, I've never met David Jones from EEV Blog. I'm quite certain he has absolutely no idea who I am. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure, which part of Australia he's in. So, doesn't Dave have very messed up Lisa? Maybe they could collaborate on restoring it. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to. I should watch more of his stuff, actually. I've watched quite a few of his stuff, but I don't watch him as religiously as others. One of the biggest problems I have is not having enough time to watch live streams. I love watching live streams and that, but I'm always so time poor that if I'm actually in a situation where I have time to sit down and watch a live stream, I get up and work. Right, so what I wanted to do now, we're just going to have a quick little look at something, and then I'll probably wrap it up. We'll just see how far we get along. But I do need to go grab it. I have no idea where it is, I'll be honest. I'm sure I brought it down here, but I don't know where I put it. Did I leave it outside? That's possible. I do that sometimes. I've got my little waiting shelf here. Nope, it's not on the waiting shelf. Did I actually bring it down here? I will go and check as to whether I might have left it and not brought it down here. I'm sort of stepping over classics here. SEN Classic. Well, I don't see it. I don't think I brought it here. So, I will be right back because I think I might have left it up in the house. So it won't be long. Just give me 2 minutes and I will be right back. Yes, left it on the edge of the table to bring down, but didn't bring it down. Does anyone know what this is? Quick little quiz, pop quiz. Does anyone recognise what this is? Oh, okay, so he's in Sydney. I wonder which part of Sydney he's in. Sydney's a big place, so, you know, I mean, from where I am, if I was to drive, say, to the coast, it takes me about an hour. Probably a little bit quicker at the moment because we're in lockdown and there's a lot less traffic on the road. Likely to get fined because I'm not allowed to go that far at the moment, but that's another story. Yeah, Sydney's a big old place, so yeah, I would love to know where in Sydney he is. I would be very curious to know. I'm in Western Sydney, so if you see Sydney on the map, like the main Sydney, if you sort of just virtually head in a straight line west for some ways, that's where you find me. SE30 non-Sony PSU. Yeah, power supply, bam, got it. Okay, so this is power supply from an SE or an SE30. I don't think it really matters, but it's one of the two. And the person has asked me to recap it. So I'm going to have a look-see at it, and we'll decide what we're going to do. I generally don't replace all of the caps in these. I do sometimes, but not always. We'll see what the state of this one is. Well, these 4 screws here I don't think are actually involved in holding it together. They're just they're the screws for actually attaching it to the board. The person's just put them there for safekeeping. Safekeeping. Ouchie. There we go. Come on. Come on, you. Penrith. Campbelltown. They are both a long way away from each other. Penrith is straight west from me. Campbelltown is way down south. So. Liverpool. And now, so you're in West Sydney, I would say. So I'm in Blacktown area, general vicinity of Blacktown. Blacktown is a bloody big area, but yeah, I'm in the general vicinity of Blacktown. So you do not want to know why it's called Blacktown. It is certainly not politically correct. But I will say, in defence of the people who named it, it was a long time ago that they named it. At a time when things were perhaps a little less politically correct than they are these days. Gotta put my glasses back on again. Oops. Yeah, LMNO, just answering your question to that about the sort of the primary and the secondary side, and i.e. that essentially the caps all along. Oh, you can't see because I'm not looking. The caps on this side here are more likely to fail than the caps on this side. I don't actually know the exact reason. I suspect it's probably to do with, you know, maybe the load on them or something like that. Or, you know, that they have to do more on this side than they have to do on this side. Generally on this side, I think most of the time the caps here are, you know, sort of perhaps, oh, this is Super Chat's back. You know, it's actually more electronicsy people would be able to sort of answer these questions, but they're, because as I say, I'm a computer programmer, but I just think that the role that the capacitors play on the primary side is very different to the role they play on the secondary side. So I suspect that is why, but yeah, I don't really know. But yeah, all these ones, all these caps around here, these are the ones that generally give us grief. These ones don't actually look too bad, all things considered, but they're typically the ones that I will all replace. I'll replace the ones there and the ones down here under the heatsink, if I can ever get to them. I need a pair of pliers. I haven't been doing many power supplies lately. I think people are maybe having a crack at them themselves. Realised I didn't have any 82 microfarad caps in stock. And replacing with 100 microfarad, which worked. I ran 20 cents fine. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess what it comes down to with something like that is, you know, you're prepared to do it for your own sort of thing, you know. I mean, I've got 82 microfarad caps in here just for that power supply. But that's because, you know, if someone is actually paying me to do that power supply for them, I sort of feel like it's my role to put them back in place. But you're probably right. I mean, they're built with a certain level of tolerance into them. You know, no one is going to be expecting a component to go in place and work exactly. So they're going to be designed to allow for a little bit of variation there. So putting a 100 in place of an 82, look, it's probably fine. Why isn't this coming out? Can someone tell me that? Ah, got it. Push rather than pull. That was the answer. So now we're going to try and get this thing out of here. Now I think I've undone one screw there, and I think it's the only one holding it in. So my hope is that it won't actually come out, but I don't know, it seems like it's still in there. Oh, there's another one there. Oh, wow, what a crappy place for it. How am I supposed to get to that? Huh? Who are we going to blame? Who are we going to blame for putting that screw in such a silly place? It could be worse. It could be like trying to replace a hard drive inside a clamshell, in case anyone has ever had a go at doing that before. All I would say is, allow yourself some time. And don't do what that guy did. That guy who just cut a hole in the top case so he could get to the hard drive. Yeah. Go too high on the voltage there, you can get these problems. Yes, that's right. Okay, cool. Sorry, I see people asking questions, but I see other people answering them, so that's actually taking the load off me, so thank you very much. With people like Joe in the chat, you can be pretty sure you're going to be getting good answers. No offense to anyone else in the chat, some damn good answers come from a lot of you. But, yeah. Right, here's a stupid little thing, which allows me to get that thing, and then that thing, and out she comes. Now, I've mentioned this before, but whenever I'm working on these, I do not like working like this. That just drives me bananas. So what I do is I do desolder these wires and then solder them back in when I'm finished. They're actually labelled, so you know what goes where. Apart from this one, the earth isn't labelled, but it's the only one that's not labelled, so it makes it easy to figure out which is which. We've got an N there for neutral, got an L there for live. Live is brown, neutral is blue. It's always the way. If you're ever thinking of a way to remember those colour schemes, I remember them based on blue is calm. Blue is calm and cool. Blue is cool, so blue is neutral. Blue, cool, neutral. Okay, so I might use some of this stuff. What do you call this stuff? The wick. for John Wick. Get rid of all that solder. Itchy nose. Okay, that goes the blue, and then we'll do the earth. Oh, I should also mention, if anyone is ever working on a power supply like this, if you've had it switched on relatively recently, some of the caps on the primary side can often hold some exciting amounts of electricity. So, you know, be careful. This one hasn't been switched on. I haven't switched it on since I've had it, so this one hasn't been switched on in a long time, so I feel fairly confident. But these guys here, yeah, they can do very interesting things. Someone's scraped a number into this. What is it, a phone number? 8675309. No, it's not. It's 944500030. Wonder what that number means. I mean, it's actually hand sketched in there. Curious. Prototype. It's a prototype. Maybe it was repaired one day. Who knows? All right. So I think I have a recapping guide for this. I think. Oh, let's get this screw out so we don't lose it. I know that I copped a little bit of grief because it was either this power supply I didn't have on my website or... oh yes, Classic II with no sound. Sorry. Let's say... Macintosh SE power supply recap. No, that's dumb. Recapping. Let's abbreviate it to Mac. We don't want things to be too long. Mac SE power supply. Now it could be an SE30, but I'm just saying SE. Doesn't really matter. Thank you for keeping me up to date. You've got to stay on your toes. I'll tell you what. Some people let you get away with stuff, but not Jay. No, sir. Keeps me on my toes during these live streams. Okay. I have made a recapping guide for this power supply, but I'm just not sure if I've put it onto my website yet because there was a little bit of work that needed to be done to it. And I get into trouble. I get into trouble when I don't put these in place. Let's go here to... no, I don't think I've done it. It's not here. I might have it in my recapping guide here though. Let's check. Because as I say, the version that I did was not very good. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nintendo 64, I bet you didn't expect to see that in there. SE, Sony power supply. Careful. Sony ones are way easier to recap than these ones. I can do it without a guide. I just have to do them one at a time so that I don't get them mixed up. Aztec. I think it's actually ASTEC, not AZ. I could be wrong about that. All right. So the trickiest part with this one is we've got a couple of caps in here under these heat sinks. They're right in there. You see my finger there? You know, right there and in there. Now they do come out okay, but you've just got to, you just got to fiddle them out around this, because I don't want to take the heat sink off. So, all right, what's this one? 6347. All right, let's get some caps. 63 volt. There we go. With pretty much all the caps that I buy, I always buy high quality. I buy low ESR. Again, really what it just comes down to with this stuff is people are paying me to do their stuff. And so I want to make sure that I replace this stuff with quality components. I don't see any reason to cheap out on this stuff. The components are a component. Components are a part of, you know, the cost of this, but it's still a relatively small part. I mean, it's mainly in the labour and the equipment and the expertise and all that sort of stuff. So, all right. Oh, bent pins. How much do I hate bent pins? Oh, they're all over. Every pin is bent. Just made this job way harder than it needs to be. This thing's gone to sleep, so I need to wait for it to warm up. Bloody bent pins. Anyone who bends pins on components when they put them on are not thinking about someone else having to remove them at a later date. Simple as that. Yes, if you use quality bits, you ensure no return issues. This is true. And of course, the other thing is, a lot of these older ones, they would have capacitors that were rated to 85 degrees C. I always replace them with 105 degrees C these days. I mean, again, it just makes sense. They're not that much more expensive. You're more likely to find 105 degrees C caps these days than you will find. You're more likely to find 105 than you'll find 85. Okay, so first cap comes out. I'm just saying that, it hasn't come out yet, but I'm saying it, I'm effectively willing it to come out. There we go, so out she comes. So the little screen printing on the board here has the plus shown. So I know that the negative goes on the other side. So there we go. There's the first cap. Not uncommon when you get new caps for them to be smaller than the caps that were in there originally. I guess it's just because they're getting better at making these things. There we go. First cap away. Do we want to test this one while we've got it? May as well. See if it's still in spec. So I'm just looking for my snips, my clippers, so I can clip and snip. Ah, there they are. And an old tissue covered in UV mask. No, I don't have bright green snot. That green stuff was UV mask. UV solder mask. Okay, so first cap in place, all nice. And let's check this guy. Whoa, check this guy. I've actually got a component tester that can do this. Oh no, actually it'd be easier to just do this because I'd have to connect it up to a power supply. Oops. Okay. Yes, I do a slight bend just to stop the thing from falling out, but it's not bent so far that I can't put a solder sucker on it. Right, let's see what we get for this capacitor. He's reading 51 microfarad, and it is meant to be 47. So I would consider that still within spec. Close enough, you know, that whole what was it, 4.7 with 10%? We'd be within 20%. Definitely be within 20%. So yeah, the capacitor plague, we'll make mention of this because it is something that's been talked about. Incidentally, anyone, if you're wanting sort of to like find out about things that happen to computers when they get old, check out Ken from Crazy Ken's video of Why Do Computers Die, I think it was called. It's really good. I'd had a little collaborative work in that. There was this capacitor plague, which happened during the late 90s to early noughties. And you've got to remember that we're talking about two separate things here, by the way. There's no evidence that a power supply like this would have been impacted by the capacitor plague. Capacitors have a limited lifespan. They can work for a certain amount of time, and other influences can actually reduce their lifespan as to whether they're run hot or whether they're the load that's on them, whether they're near a component that gets hot, because heat can have an impact on them. So there are things that can greatly impact the life of a capacitor. And it is just, when we're talking, most of these computers that I'm working on are 30 plus years old. So it is not at all surprising for capacitors to fail after that expansive time. It's just normal, it's fine. But there was a higher than normal failure rate because of the capacitor plague, which is supposedly because of a corporate espionage or whatever, where a guy incorrectly copied down the formula for electrolyte and went and set up his own company making capacitors. Now, where you see that problem really badly, for anyone who's into the old vintage Macs, if you ever happen to have a G5 iMac, that's the white iMac, so it's the very first iMac was in that sort of upright white sort of all-in-one sort of flat screen thing. So obviously the G4 was the one that had the articulated arm, and then the G5 iMac was in the white case. Now they are full of bad caps, but they were failing a long time ago. Now if you open one of those up, you are likely to see leakage in at least some, probably all, of the electrolytic capacitors in there. And that's a computer that's way newer than this. So, yeah. But the old capacitor plague, I don't think there's much data that existed. But it makes a great story. I'd love someone to do a movie on it. I don't know how you get a happy ending from that one, though. This is a 220 microfarad 25 volt, so let's get the old 25 volt container. I don't see it, which means it's down here somewhere. 16, 63 is what I had there. 35, 50. That means the 25 volts down here. That's what it means. That's what it means, it's down here. And that in itself is a problem because I've actually been using this stack of capacitors as a shelf because I'm running out of space. Let's move some of these out of the way that I'm not going to need for this. I don't need tantalums for this one. And then I've got my tap and die set. Always good to have a tap and die set when you're doing computer repairs. No, I wasn't doing computer repairs with a tap and die set. I was repairing my oven door. Okay, let's just put this tap and die set away because some people, not me, but some people clean up after themselves. Okay. Just going to put this away. I'm just going to check and see if anyone's actually still watching me. Oh, we've dropped down under 30. It's an indication, isn't it? People are telling me in no uncertain terms. You're getting boring, Rain. You've outbrankest yourself. All right. 16 volt. 250 volt. 50 volt. Are we ever going to get to the 25s? 10 volt. It's got to be the one on the bottom. Yep. The one you want. It's always on the bottom. Oh, fudge. Did I mention I have a space issue? Oh, I'm so healthy. I didn't even bother to look. I did look, but 220. Let's hope that I don't take that long to find every other capacitor. Otherwise, this is going to take me a long time. Oh yes, it's Father's Day here too. I'm afraid my father is no longer around, so I do not really, and I am not a father myself, so I don't really do much on Father's Day. Okie dokie. And to be honest, even when my father was alive, we tended not to do Father's Day because of the fairly rank commercialism of it. I'm not a big fan of the whole, on this day you're supposed to be nice to your father. I was sort of like, well, I kind of like to be nice to him every day of the year. I don't really need one specific day for you to tell me to be nice to him or do nice things for him. Right, 2 caps down. Let's see if we can start speeding this up. Bent pins. Come on, you bent pin, you. I don't want to, that smells like leakage. Why aren't you coming free? Is this glued? Sometimes these caps, they get glued. It's glued. It's glued to something. Oh yeah, it's glued to the little ceramic cap next to it. Glue. 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 Off he comes. Might have been the glue I could smell. I thought I could smell leakage, but ooh. But ooh. I think we got a bit of leakage here. It doesn't look too crash hot. Just going to jump into the microscope view so you can see what I'm seeing here. Just looks a little bit moist. You reckon it looks a little moist? Let's test it and see what it says. Here's 220 microfarad 16 volt. Another one. Oh no, the other one was 25 volt, wasn't it? Keep rolling over my my testing pins, testing probes. Just checking. Can you build a bigger shed over the old one? What I'm actually planning to do, I am planning to do something along those lines. Financially, at the moment, it's not really an option. You know, particularly with the whole lockdown thing, that's had an impact on my disposable income. But this is a very small shed, and I've had a look to see what size shed I can put up without requiring council approvals, which of course will be costs and time involved in that. And there is a limit to the size you can put up, but the size is way bigger than this. And I am actually seriously thinking about it because I'll probably have to, this is on a concrete slab, I'll probably have to smash up this slab, get it removed, and then put down a new slab, and then build the shed on it. And yeah, I do have plans to do that. I don't know how it's going to work logistically, because while I'm doing all that dismantling, all the stuff in here has got to go somewhere. So All right, let's test Rooney. Ooh. No, come on. Really? This is telling me 228 microfarad. And this is 220, so we're still looking pretty good. I wonder what the ESR meter says. It's up here. Oh. Sometimes the ESR meter will tell you things. Do not test now. Right. And this is giving me a reading of 0.580. And let's have a look at our little chart here. This is, oh crikeys, stupid short leads. They need to be short, but I hate them. 22016, so 22016 should be 0.33. And we're 0.49. So that's a higher resistance. So that's definitely an indication this capacitor is not too good. Where's the other one? Because I just took off one of this size, didn't I? Oh no, it was the 25. Let's have a look at this one. So this one is 25 volt. This one, yeah, see, this one ain't too crash on either. So yeah, it's a good thing we're replacing these caps. I'm just, just saying, we're not wasting our time. A bigger shed over his old shed. All right, okay, where are we now? I need to keep an eye on these things because as I'm taking them off one at a time. 220 microfarad, 16 volt. We've got our 16 volts. Actually, 16 volts spans over 2. There's 10. It's 50. 16. Okay. What did I say? See what I said? I said top view. 220. 22016. Well, now that's a good looking cap. Plus, minus, minus, plus, minus, plus. There we go. Maybe I should just stick a 25 on there. What do you reckon? I reckon I should just stick a 25 on there. Should I? I'm just sort of thinking if that was a cap that leaked there, maybe it's a cap that copped more. So maybe, just maybe, I should put a higher voltage on it. Let's check the resistance of the new one. And yeah, see, look at this. So the old one, I was getting 0.3 something, and this one I'm getting 0.1 something. So actually, I'm getting less than I'm getting 0.04. So I'm getting 0.04 resistance on this and 0.04 ohms, and the other one was 0.32. So yeah, definitely a big difference between the old and the new. And we're going to put a 25 in the place of the 16. Got plenty of room, so no problem there. You showed about 2 hours ago, and they help so much. David Skywalker, thank you very much for that comment. I do appreciate that. I'm glad that it helped. That's obviously that's the aim. And so if the tips are helping, it's really, really good. And of course, just a reminder to anyone who is watching, who has watched any of my Beginner's Guide to Soldering videos, if you ever have any questions that you would like to ask, please feel free to jump onto any of my live streams. I'm always happy to answer questions. If I don't see them, don't take it personally. Sometimes I miss the chat because I just look up every now and again, and sometimes I miss comments because they do sometimes fly by fairly quickly. Oh, you know what I haven't done one time this stream? I haven't gone,
smash that like button.
There we go. Gotta have that. So yeah, as I say, welcome any questions. But yeah, I'm really pleased that it was of help. So. Where do babies come from? I was actually thinking of that the other day, you know, when people say, do you have any questions? I was just thinking of some of the, you know, hilarious, inappropriate questions that could be asked when someone just asks a blanket thing like that. And obviously, to answer your question, Michael, they come from a stork. There is a stork that delivers babies. That's how they come about. You should know that by now. Obviously, if you're doing this sort of work and you don't have a solder sucker like I have, which is fine, I'm not going to criticize anyone for not buying sort of all the different bits of gear. It's all very expensive. There are ways you can use solder wick to suck that solder out. So, you know, you don't always have to go out and buy the stuff. Buy all the things. This is another cap that's glued in. So he's being very resistant to being removed. It's a bit of a pain when they're glued in like this. I'm just looking for my scalpel. Here it is. Scalpel. Sorry about all the bird noises going on outside, but it is springtime. And when it's springtime, birds get a little bit noisy. Hey, gotcha. Fucker. Okay, so this is a 470/16. This one doesn't actually look too bad. There we go. Let's get the old 16s and look for a thin 470. Yeah, there's a thin 470. I've got thin 470s and I've got fat 470s. I need a thin one for this one. It's so much smaller than the old one. Look at this. $470/16, $470/16. Should I just stick 25 on it again? Seems I have the space. No, I won't. Bear with this, eh? Yep, I'm gonna stick a 25 volt in. It's a stupid reason for me doing this, but the reason why I'm doing it is because the other one is so much smaller. I don't like the look of it. I mean, it's perfectly capable of doing the job, but the old one had a tall, thin capacitor in it, and I just want to stick a tall, thin capacitor in its place because I just think I'd like to. Oh, piffle. I can't see the screen printing because of the glue, so I don't know which way is positive and which way is negative. Fizzle. There it is. No, it isn't. Hang on, the ceramics don't need a... Ceramics are non-polar, so the plus must be for that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, God. They really went to town with the glue on this one. Must have been old Joey's first day on the glue gun. Laser scalpel. Okay. Snip. Snip. Right, so we've done 4 caps now, and I think we've got 3 or 4 left to go, so we're nearly done. Got these ones in the really difficult position to do next. So there's this one here. Okay, there it is. Okay. Now, if you're wondering why I just did that at an angle, it's because of this stupid bent pin. Stupid. This particular bent pin really sucks. Not happy with that at all. Don't like it. Oh God, stupid. Okay, we're doing them one at a time. I was going to do more than one, but I thought no, no, no. Okay, now I've got to try and get this guy out. Hope he's not glued in. I think he is. Oh, he's glued to the guy next to him. You're about to be free. Okay. Oh man, it's just glued to everything. Okay. Can I get you out now? And you know, I obviously don't care what happens to this capacitor. I maybe should do the one on the front first. It might be easier. Do the big one next to him. Do-do-do. No. Yep, sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat, making sure there's nothing here I should be responding to, paying attention to, all that sort of stuff, you know. Okay, let's see if I can get this big guy out first. Okay, now, I've completely and totally mauled this capacitor in the process, so just so that you know, and that is a 10 volt 1200. Mm. 10 volt 1200. Isn't that a good looking cap? Look at that shiny Panasonic thing. Love them. And then the other one, I don't know what it is because I still haven't seen it yet. But I'm hoping he'll come out nice and easily now. Okay. This one is a 16 volt 470. And we already know I'm going to replace that with a 25 volt. Because I've already told you, I don't like the look of them, the other ones. 25 volt, 470. Okay, now we've got our two caps to go back. So I've got a little skinny one in here. And it goes that way. This glue is just unbelievable. I just dropped the cap. I can see it. I can see it. It's just here. Got it. Everything's fine. Just want to say, if there is anyone actually watching now that has like been here for the whole stream, you know, grab a drink or something, you know, give yourself a pat on the back. I'm super impressed. I don't exactly rate this one up with my best or most exciting live streams, especially when I've now dropped the same capacitor twice. But also, thank you. Thank you for joining. 1 AM. Thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate it. As I say, I apologise that it has been a little on the dull side today. Sometimes you just get feelings, you know, you just get feelings when you watch them and you go, oh yeah, this stream was pretty good. Yeah, I don't get that feeling today. Oh God, will you just get in there? Sorry, this is a job that should really be easy, but because there's so much glue on the surface of this thing, from all Joey with the glue gun, it's really, really hard. Okay, this one here is the positive, and we're going to accentuate that. Because you know you've got to accentuate the positive, and do try and eliminate the negative. That doesn't work for electronics, does it? Oh man, this is so frustrating. I wonder if I should get the soldering out and try and melt some of this glue off. Yeah, that's it. Got a big chunk of it out of the way there. There we go. This should be easier now. And it is. Yay! Well, thank you. Right. Something is just falling down all by itself over there. I don't know what it is, but it's fallen down. Yeah. Can't get your finger in there. There we go. Okay. Oh, geez, we're getting close. And not before time. Far out. Great. Anyone recommend any good movies? It just seems like there's so much garbage around at the moment. Gladly watch something a little bit older. Doo-doo. Okay, we've got this big fat guy here. Sorry, don't want to make this capacitor feel bad, referring to him as fat. You can't help it. Still going strong. Well, let's say we're still going. We're still going. I don't know about strong. Right, so this guy here, which has got a whole bunch of glue on him, he is a 1200 10 volt. And we're going to grab a little 10 volt here. We're going to grab the 10 volt here. And we're going to grab a 1200. Good looking 1200. Nice Panasonic, high quality, low ESR. It's curious, this has got a little thing on it to make it not sit flush on the board. I should probably use the same thing. I mean, they probably have it like that for a reason. Smoke test at the end. Yes, I'll have to connect this to my own SE, I guess, because yeah, they did send me the analog board, but I think it needs recapping, so I don't want to test it with that just yet. All right. Don't even get a fit. Right. Okay, so I'm using the same thing that stopped the capacitor from sitting flush on the board. As I say, I just have to assume sometimes that people put certain things in place for reasons that I may not know. I have to just trust they knew what they were doing. Oh geez, fouled that up. Should mention there's a bit of a pong on that one as well. So I think that one might have been leaking too. We'll just do a little check. It was this guy here. Doesn't appear to be leaking, but he is. Let's get the old ESR meter out again. ESRing all over the place. There we go. Connect. And connect. And what's it going to tell me? 0.13 something. Let's say 0.13. Let's just say 0.13. 10 volt, 1200. That's probably still okay. 0.13. It's not. I don't have the exact size of that cap on this little chart here, but just based on the ones that are nearby it, it should be somewhere between 0.12 and 0.23. And it was. Okay, looks like you have a few hours left in this stream, so I'm going to go take a shower. I hope I don't. Goodness me, we're about to test this thing. As I mentioned, this is the... Is it even? Yeah, okay, you can see the division line here. That's a little division line right down there. It's the primary part of the power supply, that's the secondary part of the power supply. So I've replaced all the caps on the secondary. I'm not too concerned about the ones on the primary. Oh, actually, crap, I haven't done all of them. What's this little guy? Who's this little guy? Let's see what size he is. I bet you he's a really odd size. Really weird size. Like as in a, Bruce may not have this in his capacitor collection size. Out, damn spot. Yeah. Oh, goodness me. Out. The pin's sort of bent right on the end. And it's just, make it really hard to get it out. Okay. Come on. Yay, we got him. He is a 47 microfarad 25 volt. If I don't have one of those, well then I'm not here. 25, 47. Watching the stream while recapping my SE30 board. It is actually, it's an important thing really, because I do the same. I often watch live streams when I'm working. It's you know, it's a reasonable way to pass the time. It's not so heavily distracting that you're getting caught up in a story or something like that, so you can keep working. You just listen to the mindless banter. Yes, I just referred to my banter as mindless. Trying to get this pin in. It's quite hard to access. There we go. Hey, got him in. Okay, let's hope that I got all these caps around the right way, eh? To avoid any pops or smoke or explosions or anything like that. I did blow up a cap on one of my live streams, just for fun. Just connected at reverse polarity and then just cranked it up and then went pff. So, then, sure hope I got these all around the right way. That's what I'm doing now, I'm just checking. Some of them's really hard for me to see. But I think we're good. I mean, I do actually have a photo of this. I'm pretty sure I have a photo of this with all the stuff. Actually, I think I can connect to my computer from here. Why don't I do that? Oh, Charlie, super chat. Thank you. Look at that super sticker. Pair character stretching his arm forward, raising his thumb up. I actually contacted the company that make this streaming software that I've got, and I said, guys, can you sort that out so I can actually have the icons appear? Someone get rid of that dude. Let's go to... Where are we? We are on... So this is one of the really stupid things about the way this works. So I can go this one. All right, so there are times when I'm using this this live streaming software where it sort of it would just be a lot easier if I was just connected to YouTube. We go here to this. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff here very quickly, and then we're going to test this thing, and then everyone can go home and go to sleep. Well, you're probably already at home. Everyone can go to sleep, except for me because it's daytime. Where are we? And I can't sleep in the daytime. There you go. There's a little bit of interesting. There we go. I just wanted to have this running. It's sometimes just so much easier for me to see the chat on the YouTube interface rather than this interface. It's just hard for me to read. All right. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I got the caps on. I just wanted to go in and very quickly have a look at my recapping on my other computer just to see that I have got these around the right way. So it's that one, and then we want that one, and then we want, this could take a while to load. Just talk amongst yourselves, which you have been doing. Very nice, thank you. There's my work. That sticker is better when written out. Dear. Yeah, where are the moderators? My normal moderators are, I think they've all gone to sleep. Most of them are in sort of like East Coast US, and I think this is now bedtime for them. So. There we go. I'm going to make Sad Mac a mod. There you go. You have the power. Seeing as here at every single live stream I ever do. Will there be a recap at the end of the video? As in me talking about everything that I've done? I can certainly do that. I didn't do a whole lot in this one, I have to admit though. I've spent now, what is it, 3.5 hours doing very little. Okay. Yes, I know. It's the recap of the recap. It does. It is something that I do mention. I'm just going to do a quick recap of the recap. It's all a little bit silly, isn't it? Okay, here we go. Recapping. I'm just looking at my recapping files here. Where is it? Recapping. Oh no, that's. I think I've listed it under R for recapping. It's the one that looks like the top half of a B and then has a tail. Here we go. Recapping. Let's just have a quick look in here for SE30 power supply. Look at that. Oh, that's the other one. FNUF. Images. I hate it when I'm searching for something. I'm searching for an image or something like that, and I'm like, oh, I want to find it, and then like the top 5 results are my own website, and it's like, I know it's not on my website. That's why I'm searching for it. Which one's that one? That's yeah. That's not it. Yeah, that's on my website. Ah, never mind. We'll just assume I got them all around the right way, eh? And we'll just deal with any explosions or smoke if they occur. All right, let's put them back together. And let's do this as quickly as we can so that everyone can go home. Dealing with mains power, AC type voltage here, deadly stuff. So we do want to try and make sure we get all these things done properly. We want L for live in there. This is the worst part of this job, is trying to get these to stay in place while I solder them. It's a 3-hand job. L for live. Oh, I better suck some of that solder away. Sorry, I just saw the Bang Olufsen joke. Bang & Olufsen joke. Oh, woohoo! This one's a bit stiff. It's a little bit difficult to get in there, but I actually quite like the idea of it being difficult to get in there, because if you have to jam it in, it's likely to stay there. Some of these power supplies have little clips. When you want to disconnect them from the power connector, you just unclip them. I like those ones. Oh, now I'm getting annoyed. Just get in there. No, I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to lose the pad. So I'm going to take some solder off this. Did I get any solder off it? I feel like I didn't do squat. Tedious. Tedious. Who is Wick? Who is Wick? Is that a genuine question, or are we making jokes about, like, John Wick? Baba Yaga. Okay. Who would have thought that the most difficult part of this would be soldering these pins back in? Oh, man. Get in there. Yeah, got you through at last. Let's solder it in before it changes its mind. Because this pad's getting a little bit weak, I'm going to solder the hell out of it. Get the solder to actually provide some rigidity. Okay, there we have our live or active. And now we've got our N for neutral, which is the blue one. There we go. Pad's not too crash on this one either, so lots of solder. There we go. Michael, hello, welcome. No, it's like that sometimes, Michael. It is one of those very unfortunate things. The one thing I will say about this live stream, I did it with very little warning. I sort of, I had planned to set up the, you know, the, what do you call it, the stream all ready to go, and then I suddenly had to run out and run an errand, and so then I came back and I sort of literally went from setting the stream up to streaming within about 10 minutes. Yeah, it's just it's one of these things with the reminders, and we just never really know when we're going to get them. And I didn't do any posts on my socials either, because as I said, I just sort of ran out of time. Okay, well, I think we're all ready to put this back together. So that's good. So this is an SE 30, maybe? Could just be an SE power supply, probably a 30. People are all about their 30s. And it has just been recapped. Something's stopping that from moving. Yeah, it looks all right. These are a little bit fiddly to get back in. This is the way they're made. And I've got to now try and get a screw in there. And it's one of these screws. And let's give it a try. What should be able to do? Took screws out of a Yamaha saddle. Sorry. I will say one thing about this particular screw that I'm screwing in at the moment. It's a darn hell of a lot easier to take it out than it is to put it in. Gosh darn it. Okay, one screw in. Yay! Here's the second one. This guy goes right in the middle here. Bing, 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 bing. And then we've got our little black grommet-y thingy, which I can't remember where I put. Here it is. One of the advantages, of course, when you're doing a live stream of these things, if you lose something, you can always rewind back and find out where you put it. I hate these grommet things. Bending up the wires. Never get them back on the same way they were. Come on. Come on. Far out. This is so fiddly, this bit. God, I hope I don't have to pull it apart again. Now I'm getting frustrated. Still live, yes. I'm not sure if it's nice or not, but I am still live. This has got to be one of the long ones. I think the longest one I've ever done was 4 hours. And that was the one I did for the very first Classic Reloaded, when I was just sort of soldering component after component after component after component, slowly going crazy. But I'm certainly getting close today. I probably should have just stopped after I fixed the Classic II. Don't ask me why I decided to keep going and then recap an SE30 power supply as well. I mean, I was going to be doing it anyway because it had to be done today, but yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's not going to work. That's got to go through first. Like that. Then I'm going to yank this through somehow. Then I've got to put this on somehow. Then I've got to feed it back through somehow. Calls for tactics and extreme violence. Yeah. Gonna get a bigger pair of pliers. How about that? One that I can get some real leverage behind. You know, squish my finger properly. The needle nose, but they're the ones that were closest. Oh, Max, hello. We are getting towards the end here. So for the people that are just joining now, I do apologise. Just to let everyone know what I have been doing today. The first thing I did was sort out sound issues with a Classic II. So I had a Classic II that had no sound. No sound. And that actually turned out to be 2 separate problems. First problem was a broken trace on a capacitor. One that I didn't see. I mean, I don't know why I didn't see it, but I didn't see it. It just, clearly whatever the broken trace was, it didn't look that bad. So that was easily fixed with a bodge wire. Then we also had a problem with the headphone connector. So the headphone connector is designed with a little switch inside it so that if you're listening with headphones, it switches off the sound of the speaker so that the sound only comes through the headphones. And that little switch wasn't working. It wasn't working on 2 separate headphone sockets, unfortunately. So it took a little while to figure that one out as well. Oh man, that is just, I'm just, no words. Terrible. Oh, far out. I want a nap after that. So then, yes, so we had the issue with the Classic there, with the sound. So we were able to get the switch inside the headphone socket working with a little bit of WD-40 and some movement and removing some lovely big old green corrosion. And then it wasn't enough. The victory of having that fixed wasn't enough. I decided I would then go in and recap this SE30 power supply as well. And so here we are. This has been recapped. We did find there was one, maybe two, I think, caps that were clearly past their use-by date. But most of them didn't look too bad. But they've all been replaced with good quality, low ESR, mainly Panasonic capacitors. A couple, I think there might have been Nichicon. And there we go. One power supply. We just need to test it now and hope that nothing blows up. Now, it might. Just letting you know it might blow up. I just said it to try and keep the punters interested. Let's put this out of the way. Let's take the power supply off my SE here. Oh, Jesus. That's a nasty noise, wasn't it? I banged this thing here. You don't want to bang this thing, that's for sure. Then you hear, shh. That's what you don't want. Don't ever want to hear that. Oh dear. Someone got just a second. Whoopsie. Yep. Thank you, Jay. 4 hours, yeah. So, thank you for blocking that. Feel free to ban that person too, actually. I already have. Remove. Okay. Hidden. Yep, cool. Good. So anyhow, yeah, that person, I'm sure I blocked them before and they came back again. They obviously just came back as something else. Anyhow. Okay, I'm just going to do a discharge on this. Really doesn't need to be done because this is a model that has a bleeder resistor, but we do it to be precautionary. I do have a video on discharging CRTs. If you're not sure, please go back and have a look at it. It's a good one to read if you're not wanting to hurt yourself. Some people say that the charge from these could kill you, and maybe they could. I'm certainly not going to test it out, but I do know a few people who have been zapped by these and didn't die. So, you know, I don't think it's immediately fatal with a small CRT like this. It'd be a different story if you're dealing with a great big TV or a big monitor or something like that. But yeah, you don't want to. You just don't want to. You don't want to get zapped. Oh, far out. So we've got to get this board out, this analog board off the side so that I can then put the power supply in place. I can't really see any way that I can do it without taking the thing out. I think it'll be too difficult. So let's start off by, we've obviously removed that, and we've got to remove this. This is for the little CRT board on the back. Oh, sorry, that's for the yoke, sorry. This is for the little board on the back. Might actually take him off. It's a little bit safer probably. So that can come out. There we go. It's a big job for the testing, I'm afraid. Sorry, folks. That can stay, that can stay. Isn't that odd? Okay, I think this is pretty much ready to come out now. We've got 4 screws on the side here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't actually need to touch those. We need to touch these 2 here, which you can't see. Maybe if I turn it on its side, there we go. We need to undo these 2 and these 2, not these 4. I mean, we will need to undo these 4 to replace the power supply, but just for removing the analog board, you don't. Got to get that. Need a smaller screwdriver. A number 1. One, 2. Definitely time for lunch for me. 3:30. 8:30 p.m. Bit of a late lunch, but okay. So that comes undone. Now this is the bit that's a little bit tricky, but I'll tell you the way that I do this. Not necessarily the way that Apple might recommend to do it, or even anyone else at all. When I want to lift this out, the way I do it is I kind of lift it. Oh, hang on, I forgot about the little ground cable here. That's got to be undone too. Don't get your pen out. Don't get upset. I'm fixing it. So let's put that over there. So when I'm taking this out, how far did we get? Is this a new machine? Well, when did you leave? That's a question. This is the SE30 power supply that we've just recapped. So yeah, when I lift this out, what I do is there's a metal piece at the back here, and I literally just bend it back to let the power supply out. It's probably not the best way to do it, but it's the way I do it. It works for me, and that metal's nice and bendy, so no one hurt. No one hurt. This has got a chicken feather in it. No, it came from my house. Alright, so I've got 4 screws here in order for us to put a different power supply in. One arm and exit through the other. But 60 hertz is allowed to. Well, that is not good. It's ideally not good to have that sort of voltage travelling through your body. I don't recommend that for anyone. Okay, I'm going to plonk those screws just there. And power supply comes off. And it's kind of cool that the power supply looks like it's part of the analog board, but it's actually just a power supply plonked on. And of course, if you have major problems with this power supply that you can't be bothered like properly repairing, you can actually just put a replacement power supply inside it. You have to do a little bit of rewiring, but at the end of the day, it's what have you got? Plus 12 volt and plus 5 volt. They might have a minus 12 volt, I'm not sure, but this will probably tell me here. Plus 5 volt, plus 12 volt sweep, plus 12 volt disc. So we've got a plus 12 volt at 1.25 amps and a plus 12 volt at 2.1 amps, and then a minus 12 volt. So you can just get modern power supplies, small ones, that will fit inside this, and then you just have to do a little bit of rewiring and you're away. I definitely prefer the Sony ones. I'm just going to go out and say it. I prefer the Sony ones. Okay. Oh. I feel like Hungry Jack's. Or for the Americans, Burger King. Where's this get connected? Here, perhaps? Yeah, that's it. Yes, I mean, I can understand why Sean put a completely different power supply in there, because he had fairly significant demands on the power supply inside his SE30 with all the things that he added in there. And the old power supply is probably not enough output for what he needed to do. I mean, SE30s were not meant to have jazz drives in them. We're not meant to have CD-ROM drives in them. It was great that he did it, though. I did like it. Steve gets all the fun cursed stuff. I don't get cursed boards to work on. How can there be negative voltage? Is that from the low end of AC before it's rectified? I don't know if it's just mainly so. I am not I'm not an electronics engineer, so a lot of these sorts of questions I tend to go a little bit funny. But you can make negative voltage from positive voltage. So you can actually do it with two power supplies. I've seen it done. So if you've got I've got two bench power supplies here. You can't see them, so I'm pointing at things you can't see. But I've got two bench power supplies here, and they both have a positive and a negative output. If you wire them in a particular way, as long as they're on the same voltage. So if I set them both on 12 volts, and then you put I can't remember exactly how you do it, but you put like one negative into the positive of the other or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. And you can make negative voltage out of it. So you can actually create negative voltage by wiring it in a particular way. But most of the old power supplies, even the old ATX power supplies and that, they generally produce negative. Some of them have got negative 12, negative 5. See, the Classic's got negative 12 and negative 5, I think, from memory. That would be the same as the SE. Very handy thing to have, incidentally, for folks who might be interested. These things are readily available. I have a couple of them. I'm going to grab it in a moment to show you. Yeah. Where is it? Here it is. These are a really nifty little thing. They're not expensive to buy. And if you get yourself a standard PC ATX power supply, which I might have one floating around here somewhere, or is this one of the ones that I've destroyed and turned into something else? That's something I've destroyed and turned into something else. What about this one? Yeah, that's been destroyed and turned into something else. I've turned a lot of power supplies into other things. But anyhow, if you get a standard ATX power supply with your just bog standard ATX connector on the end, you can buy these little guys. These are a really handy thing. You connect your ATX power supply to that there, plug it into the wall, and then you've got these. These are little things where you can put these little banana connectors in. I think you can. No, you can't. No, they're not for those. You can, with these, you can just attach wires. You can undo the screw and attach wires under there. They're all fused, and you've got an on-off switch and a little LED light to show you it's on. And you basically have these things here that you can use almost like a bench power supply. You can't use it exactly like a bench power supply because if you short it, it's going to stop working. Whereas these things keep working even if you short them. But you've got here minus 12 output ground, plus 12 output ground, plus 5 ground, plus 3.3 ground. So you've got all of these little output, and you can use these for testing things and that, because you can just run wires from them and things like that. And they've got fuses on them, so if you make a mistake, they just pop and you don't destroy things. So yeah, just a handy little thing to have, I should mention. Right, so power supply is in its home. And just remember, there is a certain percentage chance that it will blow up. I just say that to keep people watching. Let's plonk this back in place. Line that up there. Oopsie, line that up there. There we go. Right, I won't do all the screws up because we're only testing. Let's say we'll do one here. There we go. Jay's doing some research for us. Isn't that awesome? This is the slow and tedious part of this, you know, when you do the recapping, it's like, yay, we're recapping. And then when it comes to testing it, and with some boards, testing is nice and easy, but when you're testing a power supply on one of these, it's quite the task to get it all ready for testing. I'm going to get these holes lined up. Don't say that's what she said. There we go. This is definitely a lot easier to do with the board not sitting sideways like this. But I'm just, because I've got the camera where it is, I'm sort of trying to make the content perhaps a little bit more interesting. Right, so that's screwed in enough for testing. And that's there. Let's get this here. Let's get the anode cap and pop that back on so he can be anoding all over the place. There we good. And then we get this guy and we connect him into here. Yeah, and then we get this on here. I feel like I'm due for another busted CRT. I've only busted a CRT once before, but it's a long time ago. It was like 1992, I think, somewhere around about then. I busted a CRT, and I haven't done it again, and I just sort of feel like I'm due for one. Fills me with dread. Right, well, I'm going to connect it up to a spinner hard drive because that drains more power than than my fancy emulators. And what board are we going to connect? Let's connect an SE30 because we have one here. We all know this one because this is the one I repaired. This is the one they said, no, who knows who they are, they said couldn't be repaired. Okay. Just doing this grounding wire. If this grounding wire is not in place, you are likely to see, I think, artifacts and stuff on the screen, or wobbles or something like that. Little shimmies on the screen. So this little grounding wire needs to be connected. We'll get our extenderoonie, which I've been using for my Classic. I do have a second one, just not sure where it is. That's why I buy two things, because I'm always prone to losing one of them. Okay, got that. Got this. Really dragging this part out, aren't I? Now we won't get any sound when we start this up because I'm not connecting up the speaker. Just doing that to set expectations. And of course, if it blows up, it pops or something like that, you'll probably see me squeal and then try and switch it off as fast as I can. All right, power. It's on the table here somewhere. No, not that one, not that one. Yanking the wrong thing here. There we go, yanking the right thing now. All right, so you switched off. I'm going to connect up 240 volts of AC power. I'm melting something over here. Yep, I'm melting an anti-static bag. Oh, I actually managed to yank the, what do you call this thing? The solder sucker out of its holder and onto a polar plastic. So that's good. That's good. All right, okay, we ready? 3, 2, 1, and we didn't get a chime, of course, because we're not expecting it, but we are getting. I've got fan spinning here. Fan spin. That's what's his name? I can see here the hard drive spinning. God, that stinks. Ooh, 4 hours and 11 minutes. Whoa, it's been a long one today. Just me. There we go. Look, we've already booted into, I think it's System 7 on this one, so 7.0. So it boots pretty darn fast. So, oh, there we go. Power supply, power supplied. Oh, the workshop stinks of burning plastic. Lovely, 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 lovely. Right, well, I think that is probably going to be calling it a day. I've at least got 2 things done. So, got the sound working on the Mac Classic II. Got a power supply recapped on an SE30. And so there we go. Shady Robot, hello. So for everyone who has stuck around, there's 26 of us now. Boy, we really dropped those numbers down there towards the end. Not particularly surprised. I have definitely, it has definitely become maybe not one of my more exciting live streams, certainly in the last hour or so. But I do thank you all for persevering. Thank you to the stayers, the ones that stayed till the end. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for the super chats and the super stickers and all that sort of stuff. Thank you for keeping me company while I've been doing this stuff. I'm going to go get myself something to eat now. I do hope to see you at the next live stream. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. It's all wonderful when you do. And I will hopefully see you at the next live stream. Just checking to see if there's anything. There we go. Okay. Yeah, rest in peace, Andy Static Back. He's gone. Okay, I will hopefully see you at the next one. Thank you for joining me. Bye now.